Good morning. If we can just take our spots, please. Right, kia ora koutou. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting of Monday, the 16th of September 2024. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is across the road from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council building. Please be aware that this morning's meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity, please. Could everyone please turn off your mobile phones? I'd just like to hand over to Hatapu Baker, who will give us an opening karakia, and obviously it's Maori Language Week this week, so it's very fitting. Thank you.
Ai, kia ora tātou, mihi ana kia tātou katoa, ngā kaimahi, ngā kai kaunihira o tira koutou te hapori, kua tai mai nei I tēnei rā, ki te kōrero, ki te wānanga, ki te whakarongo, ne pāna ki ngā kaupapa ke muri a tātou. Ka tika me rere ana ngā roimata, ngā hupe ki ngā mate, ki runga I a tātou katoa, o tira putano I te motu, a haere atu rā, a rātou kia rātou, tātou ko rauika mai nei, ai mihi ana. Ai, te wiki o te reo Māori, ka tika me mihi ana ki te kaupapa, ko te tau, I te tau, taimano iwarau, whiti te kaumārua, kōkiritia te motu, ki te tatu, tētahi pēti hana, kia whakaora ai tō tātou reo Māori, rima te kaumārua tau kua hipa, anei rā he uri o te reo Māori, mihi ana kia koutou I tēnei rā, āno reira ke tika, me mihi ana kia rātou mā, te ara kua para, kia ora ai tō tātou reo Māori, tō tātou ao Māori I roto I tēnei motu. No reira, kia tātou katoa, kia kaha te reo Māori. I runga I tērā, me tuku whakamoimiti ki tō tātou matu nui te rangi, no reira me ino e tātou. Ai te kaihanga ka ino I kia koe kia manakitia mai mātou I tēnei rā, a manakitia o mātou whānau kei ngā kainga maha, a manakitia e rā e mawiwi ana, e rawa kore ana, e pani ana, uhia mai o tō mairangi a tawhai ki runga I a mātou katoa I tēnei rā. Kororia ki tō ingoa tapu. Āmine, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Councillor Baker. Thank you. Now, apologies. We have Councillor Sydney has been granted a leave of absence. I also have an apology from Councillor Schooler. Are there any other apologies? No further apologies. I therefore call for a mover and second to accept the apologies. Councillor Kurak and Councillor Taylor, thank you. I move that the apologies for Councillor Sydney has been granted leave absent and Councillor Schooler be received and accepted. All those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. Thank you. We now move on to the public forum, and I ask John Robson to please come forward to speak. John, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. I'll give a patient 4 minutes, and then we'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you. Right. We've actually written this because 5 minutes is tight. Election result. Congratulations to everyone elected. Please enjoy the chocolate. Having watched all the meetings to date, I believe we have the makings here of a very good council. It's as strong as any I've seen in Tauranga in terms of skills. Any I've seen. But it's short on knowledge. But that should come. Importantly, you have no fear of Marty or his machine. Keep asking questions. The Auditor General was right. Peter Winder was wrong. It's no surprise he crashed and burned at Te Pūkenga. I'd also like to congratulate Hatapu Baker on his election and congratulate the Welcome Bay voters for making a liar out of Shane Te Pou. With regard to the mayoral kaupapa, Mahi, I welcome equal remuneration for all councillors. I think that's a very good move. And the very generous and fair chairing that I've seen you do in your council chairs to date. You're not yet Lyle Thurston. However, you are head and shoulders, literally and metaphorically, above the previous incumbent who was singularly ill-suited for the role you currently have. Committees of the part, frankly, though, in my view, are not so good. And speaking of part, I'd like to remind you and your colleagues that the Remuneration Authority sees a TCC councillor's role as a full-time one. The Remuneration Authority sees a TCC councillor's role as a full-time one. I have two requests, Mahi. Could you and other chairs please call the vote when you're chairing meetings? When you're online, it's very hard to see what the vote is, particularly as often the motion is on screen. There's a small picture in the top right-hand corner. You don't know how councillors are voting. And the other one is, could you please extend, for obvious reasons, the public forum back to 10 minutes? If you really want engagement, you need to give people an opportunity to engage. It used to be 10, let's have it back. The council machine, I've already mentioned it. This is going to be a big challenge for this council. It's become flaccid, frankly, in my view, due to what I believe is the worst governance I've ever seen close up over the last 3 and a bit years. The evidence of that is in how many times they've let you down already. The Mackay-Sydney leave issue, it's back on the agenda today. That was handled poorly. The library and community hub options, that was a false dichotomy. There were more options, you weren't presented with them. And you've got the same thing today with regard to the rates topic on the agenda. The ferry analysis, TCC was, in my honest opinion, embarrassed by regional council staff's work. I'd also like to give big ups to Kat McMillan publicly. A great example of a politician recognising that sometimes the numbers simply say no. People need credit when they change their position, when the facts argue against their position. I'd like to remind the councillors that they're in charge. Alignment, Marty, you're right, is important. I heard you speak of this recently. But the community, through the council, through the elected members, determines where the line is. The machine must then fall in. On a positive note, some recent research, I looked at the statutory prudential information in the LTP. TCCs is significantly better in every regard, to quote departed friends, than the reporting of other metro councils I've looked at. I personally have no doubt that if you put the right questions to your finance and your rating teams, you will be better informed and the community will be much better off. Just pick up quickly a couple of issues. The LTP financials update. The situation is not good. LTP net debt and rates requirement figures, arguably already the worst of the metro councils, are significantly worsening according to the latest staff forecasts. And while it may have come as a surprise to some of you have been vindicated. Mahi, while your campaign manager, Tim Hurdle, may be across the dark arts of elections, his interventions in the LTP numbers debate on social media during the election campaign were frankly embarrassing. That said, it is not your fault.
4 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It is the fault of the Commission. However, addressing the situation is now your responsibility. On this topic, I would simply note two things. First, remember that the TCC net debt figure on page 128 understates the ratepayer debt by excluding the IFF component. So please always report both or all three should your local waters done well option be a CCO. Second, and perhaps most important thing I'll say today, please consider the impact of your decisions over the next 4 years on the cost of living burden for fixed and or low income ratepayers, by which I mean both homeowners and renters, Pākehā, Māori, Pacific Islander, Asian, whatever ethnicity, those people at the bottom. This is something that is arguably, according to Peter McKinley and me, an obligation under the LGA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean. Have we got any questions from the council? Councillor Curran.
Just to extend our thanks, John, for the chocolates. That was very kind.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'm interested in where you see the opportunities for savings, because I think most of us know, having looked at today's agenda, things are not looking good financially. So you've followed a lot of this closely. Where do you see the biggest opportunities?
Okay, I'm going to try and keep this as short as possible out of respect for the meeting protocols and the 5 minutes idea. Everything you look at has a cost and a benefit. It's important that what comes before you reflects both those sides of the equation, but you've taken into account, as I said, under the LGA, you should really take into account affordability for the various parts of your community. I'll remind you that the fixed and low income members of your community, both ratepayers and renters, right? Homeowners and renters are a significant, probably one of the largest sectors of your community. I think you've got to look at things like Te Manawataki, big time. What you were presented with was a dichotomy. What you weren't presented with was the obvious third option of changing scale. That should have been in there. Under the LGA, the staff are supposed to provide you with all options, all practicable options. That, in my conversations I've had with architects and engineers offline, was an option that should have been put in front of you instead of being bounced into the decision you were. But my experience is, with the whole Willis Bond thing since way back in 2017, this council has frequently been bounced, and some of you were there and saw that and have first-hand experience of it, and you perhaps might want to share it with your colleagues when and if you get the opportunity. But you've just got to look at everything. The ferry decision was crazy, and the regional council gave you a lesson in that. You've got to examine your numbers. I think every decision that comes to council, every report that comes to council now, through Marty, you should ask that there's another section added to it. You know, you get significance and impact on Māori, and you get all these specific sections that are standard in every report, all good. You should add a section. Every proposal that comes before this council now should have an analysis of the impact on the LTP rates and debt figures. You shouldn't be having decisions without those. Go back to Te Manawataki. You should have understood what the net present value of the OPEX was. You made a decision on the basis of CapEx only. You didn't discuss OPEX. I watched the meeting. I went back over it and over it, waiting, hoping that there would be something said about OPEX. But remember, the OPEX is always bigger than the CapEx on any project like that, a museum, a library. The OPEX is always the big number. That's the number you should be looking at. The fact that the previous governance team didn't look at that only serves to reinforce the DIA's view that they were weak in the area of finance and economics. You are not. Mahi has some strengths in that area. Jen has some. Glenn, you know the numbers better than most in this room. Rick, you're numerate. Some of you I don't know well. Rod Taylor, you're a businessman. You clearly understand numbers. Steve, I mean, Kevin, you've got a business. You understand numbers. Some of your best friends are developers. They understand numbers if you need any help. I mean, really. An act man, he's got to be across the numbers. We're not short of people who do numbers on this council. As I said, the skill set in this council, I think, is impressive. The question is, can you work for the poorest in our community?
Any further questions? All right, well, thank you very much, John, for your time and sharing your knowledge, and we'll certainly take your comments on board. Thank you. So now I go to any late items. Is there any late items?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, on the 19th of August, I undertook to work with RLB to prepare a document on the theoretical termination of contracts in relation to Te Manawataki o Te Papa. So that item has been tabled and is available to all councillors and public now.
Thank you. Confidential business to be transferred into the open. Have we got any business to be transferred? Okay, none. Change to the order of business. Is there any changes to the order of business? No change to the order of business. Minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of August 2024. Is there any corrections to the minutes? No. So I then therefore call for a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the 15th of August 2024 as true and correct record. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. We declare that motion carried. Minutes of the council meeting held on the 19th of August. Obviously, the chief executive has tabled a summary document, Te Manawa o Te Papa, theoretical termination cost advice from Ryder, Levitt, Bucknell, dated 25th of August 2024, to be released into the public arena, that relates to the minutes of the 19th of August 2024. This is available in Stella for elected members and copies available to the public and media. I just ask Marty if he's got anything else to add to that table document.
No, Your Worship. No.
Thank you. And then in the, is there any corrections to those minutes? I had one. I believe that Deputy Mayor Jen Scalar didn't abstain on resolution CO 17-24-5, and I'd just like that to be confirmed. I think she was in favour. So we'll make that correction. I therefore ask for a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of 19th of August 2024 as true and correct with that correction. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that motion carried. Now, declaration of conflicts of interest. Have we got any declarations of conflict for today's meeting? No. Deputations, presentations and petitions, we have none. And recommendations from other committees, none. Now we move to business, and the first order of business is the final statement of intent 2024-2025 to 2026-2027 for Bay of Plenty Local Authority Shared Services, or BOP-LAS. And we've got Caroline Lim and Sam Fellows. Caroline Lim is the CCO specialist, and Sam Fellows is the manager of city partnerships to speak to this report. Thank you.
This is one of 7 CCOs that council has. In essence, the core purpose of BOP-LAS is that the 9 shareholder councils, they collaborate together to create value for money to their ratepayers across a number of back office kind of shared services projects. So attachment 1 of my cover report, at the back of it, it kind of outlines the series or the variety of projects that BOP-LAS is involved in. So aside from TCC, the other members of the BOP-LAS CCO, they're made up of the councils across the Bay of Plenty region, as well as Gisborne District Council. Excuse my voice, I've got a cold. Now, the chief executives of these councils, they are the directors on the CCO board, and the board is managed by an independent chair. As we are one of 9 shareholder councils, TCC, we don't really provide a letter of expectation to BOP-LAS, nor do we give BOP-LAS any feedback on their statement of intent, unless there is a kind of significant areas of concerns. So similar to the LGFA CCO. On 21st of June, the 9 shareholder councils signed off on the final statement of intent. And council is formally receiving this document now, as this is the first suitable council meeting for it to be received. Will take my cover report as read, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Morris.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Just a question with regard to the percentage spend of Tauranga City Council relative to the other councils on contracts and services negotiated by BOPLAS. So I'm trying to get a sense of how much of a share of the spending Tauranga City Council is responsible for relative to the other councils. Because it's equal shareholding, isn't it? It's, for example, 9 shares. It may be different, but 9 equally divided shares in terms of ownership of the organisation.
Through you, Your Worship, my apologies, Councillor Morris. I don't know the answer to that question exactly, but perhaps Marty, my Chief Executive.
Through Your Worship, it's done on the size of council. So I think us regional council and Rotorua are considered larger councils and pay a proportionate amount more than the smaller ones like a Potiki, Kawarau. So we can provide the detailed information if
Councillor Kurak.
Thank you. Page 41, paragraph 12. BOPLAS is forecast to return in excess of 2.6 million in savings in year 2024. Is that savings net of the BOPLAS OPEX? Or is that not in that?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe so, but I can double check that for you, Councillor Kurak.
Oh, great, thank you. And also, on top of that, in taking into account the net savings, if that in fact does include taking off the BOPLAS OPEX, there'd also be costs associated with the operation in terms of every council's cost around the BOPLAS function. Would that be able to be got in terms of perhaps the next annual report, in terms of the total cost within BOPLAS and within the organisations that make up BOPLAS in terms of operating the thing and then delivering the net benefit?
Yeah, so I think we can get the BOPLAS to come back on those points, and there'll be a further opportunity for them to speak directly on that at their annual report time. And so I think that's probably the appropriate time to ask those in-depth questions, but we can provide, get them to provide a report on the way that they calculate that savings, because, yeah, that's a great question.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Similar vein to what Councillor Kurak just asked, but from the other position, from Tauranga Council's interface with BOPLAS, can we get some kind of indication? Like, is it 3 staff working with them on a regular basis? What is the cost of our interface?
Yeah, so I mean, we can come back exactly, but primarily and probably in Appendix A and B of their part of the report, it's primarily around IT projects and procurement and things. So the big focus is our IT staff and our procurement staff probably have the most interface with them at all. So it's a number of staff on a number of different things, and also in terms of the other lasses. So that's not a Scottish word for ladies, but the other lasses like Waikato lass and things like that, we sometimes work with them as well on bigger procurement projects or bigger IT projects. So there's probably a number of instances where we interact with BOPLAS or the other lasses or directly with the other councils, but BOPLAS facilitates that interaction. So we can give a high level overview probably in the next one as well.
Just to build on that through you, Your Worship. So Stephen Ball is the Chief Executive of BOPLAS, so he is the only full-time employee. And there is a part-time employee as well. And we also provide financial kind of service to BOPLAS as well through our finance team. So they are a very small team, but they do a lot across the region.
I have one question, I guess, is do we believe that BOPLAS offers us value for money?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, I do believe so. I think that the savings that's been provided, and also the number of projects that they're involved in, and also yeah, they've been around for about 12 years, as far as I'm aware. And I think that for the number of kind of staff that they have, they do punch above the line. Yeah.
And then I guess a follow-up question kind of to that is obviously we've heard from government about councils kind of getting together and sharing services and procurement, etc. So do you feel this, is this all the councils, do they work well together and actually deliver those, or could it be improved?
Through you, the Mayor. So in certain circumstances, I think they do. So my understanding is when it was set up, it was probably set up to be a lot bigger and do a lot more of that, but it probably has found its couple of niche areas, and I think, again, primarily through IT and some of the procurement spaces. But I mean, I know that BOPLAS would probably be keen to be the vehicle for that, and I think it's an ongoing relationship, and Māori will probably be, as being part of it, be able to add more to it. But I think that could be the way of doing it. But we've just really focused on making sure it's those instances where there are those really clear cost savings, as opposed to those ones where probably a staff to staff interaction or a governance to governance interaction is the better model. So you don't need that facilitator, I suppose, to make that happen.
Right, thank you very much. Any further questions? Right, thank you very much, Carolyn and Sam. I now this Councillor and seconder, Councillor Crowther. Would the mover or anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'd just like to sort of echo what came out in the questions. I think it'd be really good to get more clarity on this. It's obviously, something that we can potentially get savings from, but the potential is not good enough. I think we need to actually see for sure what it is costing us, where the savings are, and actually have a bit of a closer scrutiny of this. So keen to do that at the earliest convenience.
Any other to speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Crowther. Yeah, I think that would be sensible, and I guess that's probably a fitting time around the annual report being released. We can go into a little bit more detail on that. I think also we need to look at those synergies, and I know that's probably one of the big things going forward is being able to share. For example, we should all have the same IT systems and be able to share those kind of things. So yeah, let's continue to go that. So if there's no further comment, the debate has now finished, and I now ask if there's any, don't want any further comments? No. I therefore now put the following motion to be voted on, that the council receives the report final statement of intent 2024-2025 to 2026-2027 for the Bay of Plenty Local Authority Shared Services, receives Bay of Plenty Local Authority Shared Services Limited's final statement of intent 2024-2025 to 2026-2027, attachment 1. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that motion carried. Thank you. Now we move on to 11.2, the private plan change 35, Tauranga Business Estate Stage 4, adoption and notification of decisions. Is Philip and Christine, they like to, will speak to the report.
Through the chair, I'll speak to the report. So there are two plan change reports on today's agenda. This one, plan change 35, and the next one, 11.3, plan change 34. So both of these plan changes, the Council of the Day appointed Independent Hearings Commissioner to hear and make a decision on the plan changes. The RMA doesn't, the Resource Management Act doesn't allow or doesn't provide for an Independent Hearings Commissioner appointed to make the decision, so that you can't delegate that. It has to come back to council, which is what these reports are. You have two options in respect of both of these reports. The first one is to accept the hearing commissioner's recommendation and approve it. The second is not to accept it, and then you have to refer back to that commissioner, and you need to specify what particular considerations or matters that you are looking for that commissioner to consider. Because you can't change that commissioner's decision because you haven't heard all of the evidence and haven't been party to the hearings and deliberations process. So in terms of a fair and reasonable process, you need to be party to that, so you can only send it back. So those are your two options. In respect to this first report, plan change 35, it is in relation to 133 hectares of land, of which 108 is going to be zoned in industrial. 80% of that land area is owned by Element IMF, and the rest is owned by 13 other parties. There were only 14 submissions and 5 further submissions, so relatively small response, mainly by people directly affected. And the Hearings Commissioner has addressed the issues, and they're covered in his recommendation report. So happy to answer any questions. And Philip Martelli has worked on the technical, and also Grant Downey, because this is a private plan change from Element IMF, are here if you want any information on any of the more specific matters that are covered in this.
Right, now ask if there's any questions. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to PC 34, what are the broad differences between the Tauranga City Council Rural Residential Zone and the former Western Bay Rural Zone? What are the broad differences between that?
We're doing 35 at the moment.
Okay,
and
yeah, no, we're not going to take them separately. We're going to do them separately.
Yeah, we'll do them separately. Sorry, yeah. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, question on paragraph 12. Talks about the widening of the road and an exempt property owner that has been left out. What does constrained mean as far as the use of that land? Does that mean they can't build in the potential area that we're going to widen?
I'll ask Philip Martelli to speak to that specifically.
So the constrained land, you're referring to the constrained land in the plan change. Now the only constrained land will be that of basically Element IMF, or are you talking about the private landowner where the land was taken from?
Sorry, paragraph 12 talks about the widening of the road. Yes. And there was an objection from one of the landowners, and it says the land is constrained, even though the widening isn't happening. They've been exempted from this decision, from what I understand. But it does say the land is constrained. Does that mean that they can't build on the area that is likely to become a wider road later?
As a result of this decision, no, there'll be no constraints on their land. It'll be business as usual for them, because the road widening itself was taken off their particular property.
If I could just add to that through the chair. So initially, with the staging of the development of the industrial business park expansion, The infrastructure only allows for 45 or 50 hectares of development. The land in question is not part of that initial stage of development, so that's what it's referring to in paragraph 12 around the land initially being constrained from being developed, which gives us time to move through other processes to secure the appropriate road corridors for the future urbanisation of the Upper Belt Road area.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, so my point, I'm just asking, are we going to have issues in 5 years' time when we go to put a widened corridor up there for road facility, whatever we need? Is this homeowner going to have a problem that we're going to have to deal with?
Well, potentially, they may not be on board, but obviously we have process. We have to consider all our road widening options and access options, and we can work through designation and Public Works Act processes if we need to. So we'll have to see how things pan out at that point in time. But at this point in time, things were, I guess, there were a particular set of circumstances right at the moment which were making the issue difficult.
So just from a clarification point of view, that when you're talking about constrained, you're basically saying the Upper Belt Road growth area is constrained due to this?
What we're saying is, so the property in question is the Smythe property. That property is within the business park expansion that's being zoned through this process. Development of that property is constrained because of infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure. So it's not in the part of the Terraco Business Estate extension that can be developed based on the Terraco enabling works, and it requires further large-scale transport investment. But without securing land from that property or alternate properties for road widening, the Upper Belt Road area will be constrained from being developed.
Perhaps just to clarify, Your Worship, in terms of that paragraph, constrained means, as Mr. Mead was saying, that land cannot be developed for at least 5 years until other road upgrades have occurred. There's been wastewater upgrades and stormwater and other sorts of work. So they are sort of handheld for at least 5 years. So council's got at least 5 years to put in place an alternative to how it may want to look at that road widening.
We've got any further questions on plan change 35? Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. Just looking at the Te Ao Māori approach there, point 21, with consultation with Hapuiniwi, what was kind of the general feedback from Hapuiniwi? Because I understand that and up through from, like, you know, with o Manawa being quite an area that's significant to Hapuiniwi.
Correct. That was their main concern, is about what was the effect to be on the Manawa River. And in particular, they were keen to see, which has been put in place, the sort of conservation zone that's been put alongside the river, and that allows for substantial planting, because at the moment it's grazed right to the stream, so it's pretty bare down there. So what they see is significant improvement coming as a result of this plan change.
Councillor Crowther.
Through the chair. Thank you for the report. I'm interested in where we're at in terms of the transport loading, assuming that we don't get anything beyond stage 2 of the Tauranga Road of National Significance in the next few years, let's put it that way. Are we confident that the increase in traffic volumes as a result of this particular plan change will not cause undue problems on the network?
I dare say it's probably as confident as we can be. That's why within the plan change there are triggers to do further modelling at that point to see what the actual traffic behaviour is doing at that time, to make sure that we're still not going to compromise those future works. So that's the important part of this, is actually having those trigger points that are in the plan change.
Just further to that, a little bit more specifically, the staging rules in particular are based around the Terraco enabling works, and up to, I'm going to say 45, or is it 50 hectares? 43 hectares of development out of the 100 odd hectares being enabled as a result of the enabling works themselves. And so that will generate more traffic, but the enabling works themselves also generate more transport options and the ability to move through the business estate and connecting into the lakes and State Highway 36, avoiding the most congested area around kind of Tauranga Crossing and so forth, that Tauranga Village area. So there are pros and cons, but obviously development's heavily constrained until those larger transport options are delivered. I think one of the key points is the timeframes. So to develop 43 hectares of that land is going to take, it's going to take a number of years. So it's not necessary for stage 3 to be delivered within the next 3 years, and that probably longer time frame with a 5 or 10 year time frame is somewhat aligned to achieving kind of that 43 hectares amount of developed land.
Got any further questions? I've got one question around, just on that, you sort of mentioned how the Tauriko enabling works is effectively, opening up that land. So will they contribute to that for the benefit through DCs?
Yes, that is correct. They will.
If we have no further questions, I'll ask for a mover for the recommendations. Yep, Councillor Schuler, seconded. Councillor Taylor. I now ask the mover whether they wish to speak. Seconder. Now open it up to debate. Would anyone like to discuss or debate this? Okay, as we have no one wanting to speak to it, I therefore put the motion that the council receives the report private plan change 35 Tauriko Business Estate Stage 4 adoption and notification of decisions pursuant to clause 10 of Schedule 1 of Resource Management Act 1991, accepts and adopts as its decision the recommendations of the Independent Hearing Commissioner on private plan change 35 Tauriko Business Estate Stage 4 included in attachment 1. Recommended changes to private plan change 35 and attachment 2 recommendations on decisions. Delegates authority to the Chief Executive to notify the decision in accordance with clause 10 of Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act. Delegates authority to the Chief Executive to approve any minor and technical changes to the plan content in the recommendations of the Independent Hearing Commissioner report, attachment 1. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. We now move on to plan change 34. Belk Road Rural Residential, approval of Independent Commissioner's recommendations. Christine Jones, have you got anything further to add to that?
Just a quick explanation as to how this came about. So there was a boundary adjustment to move the land that you've just resolved shall move into business use. So that was previously in Western Bay, it moved into Tauranga City, and all of that land needed to be zoned and become part of Tauranga City's district or city plan as opposed to Western Bay. There's a piece of land as part of it that wasn't appropriate or suitable for business, more rural residential, and so that land needed to be rezoned under our plan rather than Western Bay's. So that's what this plan change seeks to do. It's relatively small plan change on a small geographic area, affects a small number of people, and the same as the previous resolution, you've either got a choice of accepting the hearing panel's commissioner's decision or referring it back with specific conditions or considerations. So,
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, in terms of reverse sensitivity, the changing from the existing rural zone, which I'm sure is somewhat consistent with Tauranga City's rural zone, so from West Bay to Tauranga. If it becomes a rural residential zone under the Tauranga City plan, what implications are there in terms of reverse sensitivity? So obviously they'll be able to subdivide further what they can at the moment. But having a large industrial estate next door, I'm just wondering what constraints the change to rural residential here might impose on the industrial zone in the future.
2 points to your question. The first part is the additional subdivision and additional dwellings that could be located in there be less than what I can count on my hand, probably only 1 or 2. And in terms of the reverse sensitivity, that was actually picked up in Plan Change 35 that you've just signed off on, where one of the adjoining neighbours put in a submission to ensure that appropriate rules were put in place that existed elsewhere in the Tauranga industrial zone that mean that businesses that are close to the boundary have additional noise constraints over them than what other businesses are further within. So that was picked up through that plan change process.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Baker.
Just in the financial considerations, and excuse my ignorance on the matter and perhaps curiosity, but when shifting the zoning from TCC or from Western to TCC, do we have to buy that land off Western Bay? Or is that just do we have some kind of agreement in place there?
No, so no, we don't. It's owned by the private landowners and our ownership continues. It forms part of our rating base when it moves from Western Bay to Tauranga City, but also we pick up all the costs associated with things like plan changes and servicing and all those sorts of things. So yeah, no, there's no transaction between ourselves and Western Bay.
Any further questions? If there's no further questions, I will ask for a mover for the motion. Councillor Taylor, seconder. Councillor Roseboom. Would Councillor Taylor or Roseboom like to speak? No. Any other debate or discussion of the plan change? If there's no discussion, I therefore will put that the council receives the report Plan Change 34 Belk Road Rural Residential, approval of independent commissioners' recommendations, pursuant to clause 10 of Schedule 1 to the Resource Management Act 1991, accepts and adopts as its decision the recommendations of the Independent Hearing Commissioner on Plan Change 34 Belk Road Rural Residential as attachment 2, delegates authority to the General Manager Strategy, Growth and Governance to be able to notify the decisions in accordance with Clause 10 of Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act, delegates authority to the General Manager Strategy, Growth and Governance to approve any minor and technical changes to the plan change content in the recommendations of the Independent Hearing Commissioner's Report Attachment A. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that motion carried. Next item of business is the temporary alcohol-free areas for the summer period 2024-2025. I ask Sarah Omenston to please come and speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. We have an alcohol control bylaw in place which sets out alcohol-free areas through the city. Some are 24/7, some are overnight and some are seasonal. Really importantly, that bylaw gives the police powers to enforce. And it also provides for temporary bans to be put in place. And this paper is specifically seeking council resolution of a number of temporary bans over the summer. The first recommendation C is to implement a ban overnight, beachside of Grove Ave to the Maranui end of Papamua. It's an area that's a gap in the existing bylaw, so there is closures in the Mount end and closures at the Papamua end, but a real gap in that area. It was first put in place in 2018 following some significant community and police concerns about behaviour in that area. And a motion specifically put on the table by Councillor Morris at the time. We are intending to bring a report to the October Community Transparency and Engagement Committee to adopt this as permanent. Because it's been adopted every year since 2018, it's time to consider that as a permanent seasonal ban. The second recommendation D is to implement some alcohol-free areas to support a number of events in public spaces over the new year and the summer period. And also a third recommendation E for streets surrounding Bay Park, which is where concerts are happening and the police would like to manage those street areas that feed into those significant concerts. I just do want to note that sometimes events and concert dates change. So if you agree to these recommendations, there may be a time over the next 3 months where we'll have to come back with a new option to change the dates for that ban. Thank you.
Have we got any questions on that? No questions. Thank you, Sarah. If we have no questions, I call for a mover and seconder, Councillor Morris, Councillor Schuler. Would you like to talk to that, Councillor Morris?
Yeah, very briefly, the timings and the dates balance people's right to enjoy the beach and to enjoy the beach with something nice and also issues that have cropped up from time to time during the holiday period. So I think it strikes a good balance.
Anyone else like to talk to? No, Councillor Kurak.
I agree, it does create balance. And while we don't want to be the fun police, it does give the actual police a tool to use when they experience unruly behaviour. So I do support it.
Anyone else like to speak to it? Okay, therefore, so debate and discussion is finished. So obviously this is a very long motion, so I will take it as read and as written there, and therefore I ask all those in favour, those against. That motion is carried, and obviously for those online can probably go and look it up in the papers. Yeah. The next order of business is 11.5 rating policy and rating valuations. Paul Davison, Chief Executive, and Jim Taylor, Manager, Rating Policy and Revenue, will be speaking to the report.
Just briefly before I hand it to Jim, this paper goes through the recent history of the rating policy changes, including changes to fixed charges and differentials. And then the other part of the paper is seeking clarification around the definitions of industrial rating units through particularly with the recent introduction of the increased differential from 1 July this year. So I'll hand over to Jim to go through in some more detail.
Good morning, Mayor Drysdale and councillors. So this paper is in two parts. The first part describes at a high level the process that the Mayor and councillors take when setting rating policy, and it also includes the legislation, rules and regulations that support that process for you. The Supreme Court of New Zealand recently confirmed that rating policy is a matter of elected representatives following due process and exercising choices. Also confirmed that rates are essentially a taxation system and they're not a user pay inherently, a user pay system. And further to that, they said that there is no requirement to have a close correlation between benefits received by any sector and the rates levied in those sectors. The second part of the paper, the staff are seeking some guidance from the council, and as part of the definition of industrial rating category relating to storage, and this is in the funding impact statement, we are asking you to give us confirmation that an industrial rating unit in an industrial zone with private storage or leisure use is an industrial rating category, or confirm that the private use or leisure use in an industrial rating unit in an industrial area is by default commercial because it is neither industrial or residential. So that's the two things in this paper. I'm, through the chair, open the floor to any questions about either the system or the rating category part of the paper.
Thank you, Paul and Jim. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. First one is, what is your recommendation? Because we've got two options there. And second question is in relation to out of zone activities within a zone. So for example, let's say you've got a residential home which is acting as a commercial kitchen, and you've got trucks coming and going and that sort of thing, or you've got a storage unit which is maybe used for some hot work, but when the inspector comes around, it's just storing classic cars. How much notice is given before there's an inspection, and how do we monitor out of zone activities? Because that might relate to one of the options.
Answer to the first question, I don't have a preference as such. That's really up to council to decide. But I do note that rates they're a blunt instrument, and the rating toolbox has got quite a lot of tools in it to create some level of differentiation. However, the further down you go in the toolbox for defining things, the more difficult it is to actually administer a tax system, which it becomes then less subjective and more subjective. So the either or of these options can work, and we can make them work for you.
If I could just add to that, I think just to make the council aware that obviously there's a cost implication if there's change in the rating categories through the year. The first option would limit that potential change. However, we could look at it as part of the next annual plan process, for example, in terms of looking into that at a further level of detail.
And that talks to the second part of the question, Councillor Morris. And at the moment, the categories are aligned with the land use codes and the district valuation rule, which is maintained by council's valuers at Optane or the QV if they had the contract. The valuers don't, by default, visit the properties that often. They visit them in the 3-yearly revaluation process, or they have other tools, like for instance in the web, to work out what's happening in those units. And their best fit use for most industrial or commercial will be around what they see as the best fit for that in particular. Like the industrial rating unit, then industrial use would be the default. And if there's storage, they wouldn't differentiate between private storage or commercial storage at that point. And just something around the fairness and equity, because it's really difficult to get a complete balance every time. When you think about, we recently went to an industrial storage facility where there certainly was industrial storage within the facility, but there's nothing to say that there wasn't boats and caravans and other things also stored in that facility. And that facility is rated as industrial category, and that would be comparable to the same type of storage in an industrial rating unit in an industrial zone. Does that answer your question about the amount of times that we currently review the rating category?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Morris, we've got a follow-up. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was more looking at if we adopted C and D, the second option there, how would that work in terms of the environmental monitoring, the monitoring team, the compliance team and council? So you've got someone who's saying that they're using a unit for private storage. But if the monitoring team give them 7 days notice that they're coming for a visit, that's enough time for them to put their hot work material away and to move in the classic cars so that it's consistent. So how would that work in terms of RMA compliance monitoring?
This isn't monitored by the RMA team. This would be a rates staff member who would go out and look at the property along with the owner and possibly with a valuer, or at least we would have information from the valuer that they hold.
Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Jim. On page 92, there's a table there regarding the metro cities in respect of a commercial rate category. Which of those also has an industrial rating category?
None of the metros currently have an industrial rating category. There's some of the smaller regional councils like Southland do, but there's none of the metros currently have a separation between industrial and commercial.
Furthermore, just on the next page, where we have got some descriptions of the various categories, and there's reference to industrial under the second one down in the categories, where there's reference to production, storage, processing, or manufacturing. In respect of storage, that's fairly covers a fairly wide range of storage as we sort of know it. And you mentioned earlier a site, and potentially it's the one that we visited, where they've got that storage which is called self-storage, like self-storage units. So that reference to storage there would cover the self-storage, those little sheds that you lock up and, you know, you drive your car and trailer in or whatever. That would be covered under that term storage.
That's correct. The storage isn't differentiated by the type of storage or the ownership of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you for being here, Jim. When we first started consulting on this way back, council consulted this back in August 23, the primary driver for the differential commercial industrial was transport, was it not?
That's correct.
So the commissioners requested a consultation or a reference being to define light versus heavy transport. Was that actually done?
Okay. Yes, there was 2 reports actually undertaken. One was part of the transport system plan that identified it as part of the original infrastructure funding and financing levy, and then there was a subsequent report undertaken.
Councillor Roseburn.
Yeah, so in reference to that, the primary driver of industrial rates was targeted at transport more than so storage, because you're trying to recover road damage, I'm presuming?
It was primarily aimed at the impact of heavier vehicles on the roading system, the cost for the industrial roads and industrial zones, the congestion impacts, the impact on the environment. But yeah, it was primarily to do with the industrial traffic, and it was also related to the fairness and equity of Tauranga's differential compared to other metros. So the fairness and equity.
Parliamentary?
Yeah, Councillor Roseburn.
So given it was the primary target for the industrial rate was transport related, the definition for the industrial differential, in my consideration, hoovers up more commercial businesses than it does industrial businesses. So wouldn't it be better for us to focus on the definition of what is transport? Because transport covers bicycles through to your 50-tonne B trains more than the size of the storage area being discussed.
The categories that we aligned with the industrial category were the utilities, where you have heavy vehicles on the roads all of the time and servicing all of the city and each property. Warehousing, industrial use, which would, it's a blunt instrument, but it would talk to heavier vehicles going into those industrial zones and requiring maintenance of those industrial areas. But yeah, it is definitely primarily related to the heavy vehicle use on the roads. If there was no heavy vehicles, there would be no need to repair roads.
Councillor Schuller.
Thanks, Jim. Just quickly, in the differentials between industrial and commercial, if someone was in you say the deeper you dive, the sort of more subjective and the trickier it gets. But if someone in an industrial zone felt that they should be rated differently, is there currently like maybe a bit ignorant, a submission process, and if someone feels that they should be rated differently, and then how that process looks in terms of making the decisions?
So again, at the moment it's aligned to the district valuation land use that is determined by the valuers initially. So it's council's choice which rating category to put on, but we use that information as the primary source. So if you've got, for instance, a cafe that services the workers in an industrial area, then that cafe will have a use of commercial, and that would therefore be rated as commercial. And I think that also answers Councillor Morris's question earlier that I hadn't quite got to yet.
Councillor Taylor.
Morning, Jim. Just a question, and it's probably more of an opinion from you. It seems to me that the issue we've got here is a definition of storage, and then obviously there's ranges from people storing their boats in little tiny units up to people storing tons and tons and tons of palm kernel, and they've obviously got B trains that are moving that around. How feasible would it be to have a differential based on the size of the unit? So say anything under 125 square metres, for example, became commercial. Anything over that was industrial. Is that a feasible way of solving this?
That would be feasible, noting that the properties that the 8 people asked us about were generally over 125. They were usually between 400 and 600 or larger even. So they weren't necessarily the size of a couple of garages.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I'm having trouble understanding which is on me, but I'll lean into the OAG request that elected members keep asking questions until they understand to try and save face. I'm struggling to understand how. I know this is an issue now because there's a differential, and before there wasn't, and so that will create issues. But how would our team know that an appropriate activity is happening and again, if I come down to that small commercial unit, someone's doing fairly industrial work under the Health and Safety at Work Act, or just storing leftovers from their residential property, how would we know, and how would we be able to confirm that? Because I could see a situation, because of the size of this differential, that folks are trying to ensure that they get the best rating deal for their storage unit by perhaps when if a valuer comes along, not using that particular equipment.
I think generally the valuers, when they value the property, you've seen that earlier, that in the paper, that the valuers to value the property use the highest and best use. And generally people will use the property for the highest and best use because that makes more sense to maximise the potential of it and the capital of it. We don't by default have enough people to go out at the moment to review every property frequently, and we do rely on the valuers to do that at the revaluation time, or when a ratepayer comes back to us to dispute the rates, then we go through a process of looking at the objection and coming up with a decision on it. Again, going back to Councillor Taylor's question earlier, we could bring that back as part of any discussion that you would like to have on a different definition of rating categories.
Councillor Currick.
Going back to Councillor Roseboom, and also in respect of mentioned by Councillor Taylor, So when we look at some of the categories, and I mentioned the storage before, to differentiate between storage being, as Councillor Taylor said, you know, the palm kernel, you get huge trucks driving to those facilities, or big bulk storage terminals like the big tanks that we see around, particularly at the Mount, which sees heavy trucks as well, versus the self-storage unit or some of these other units that are quite small, and we see quite a number of developments with that size unit. I'm not sure of the exact square metres, but I think Councillor Taylor referred to 125 square metres, and if possible, I've just emailed the committee secretary a map, Google map, that shows what we're talking about. I think what Councillor Taylor is talking about, where you drive in and you have a row of small commercial units and parking, like 2 or 3 car parks outside each one, and they all have a roll the door type situation. You would be comfortable with your knowledge that those sort of units be rated commercial rather than industrial, because you're talking about small electrical firms or small, you know, tiny operations that only small vans or cars go in and out of. Just your thoughts on that?
They would currently be rated in the industrial rating category, because we wouldn't have any way of knowing what size of vehicles go in and out of those units. If it's a storage unit, it's deemed in the current definition to be industrial warehousing.
But you're happy that we consider a change there, because, you know, it does cover a lot of people, and they struggle to understand why they are classed as industrial.
So we can bring back all of the land use codes that the valuers have, and if necessary, we can delve into each one of those, what's defined in them, and then you can make a decision on whether each of those codes is in the right category. The danger there is that you can have 2 very similar type land uses, but they'll have different impacts, and that's where it's a blunt tool rates, like to go down to the level of knowing what each rating unit's used for at any one point in time is quite difficult.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I guess I've got a few questions, but my first comment, sorry.
But I didn't realise it's up on the screen. If we can zoom in onto that, right in the centre there's a multi-unit, just to clarify what I'm talking about. Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So if we zoom in there further, yeah, and it has some labels in terms of the businesses, you know, built-in heat pumps, Ignite signs, you know, these are fairly small operations, and no trucks are driving there. So thank you, Mayor Mahe, just to clarify what we're talking about here.
Yeah, thank you. I think just listening to the discussion, the issue we potentially have here is we're going to have to go and visit every rating unit in the city to try to figure out what the usage, and then continue to keep seeking that out. And is that, like, from a logistics point of view, like even you know, someone saying, oh, I only use it for personal storage, that's going to require staff to go and actually visit the unit and define that, and then obviously that sort of compliance as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would require quite probably a significant increase in the staffing levels and vehicles, that type of thing, because we don't normally go out and do that by default very often. So it would be a lot. It would be intrusive on the customer's private space. We would have to organise meeting times. It would be a significant amount of extra work that we haven't got the capacity currently to do.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go through. Just understanding the differential, is that charged on every part of the rating invoice, or is it only certain parts?
If there is multiple use on a property, then it will be each separate part of the property will have its own differential, whether it's industrial, commercial, or residential use. And noting that the industrial one at 2.6 at the moment is still less than the commercial in any of the other metros. The reason that the commercial kept at 2.1 was because of the current cost of living crisis for the retail sector.
Thank you. And then yeah, just a point of clarification. So I considered the 2.6 and basically just took it down as a net if you took out the GST and assuming it was owned by a company, 28% tax rate, which actually comes back to about a 1.62 differential compared to a residential ratepayer. I just thought that was an interesting stat. And sorry, of rating. Oh, the other question was that table around the comparison of commercial differential rates with other metro councils. And I just noticed that, industrial percentages, for example, at the moment of capital value is 9%, commercial is also 9% in Tauranga. So I'm just wondering how we got to the 15% for commercial and 20% for industrial.
It wasn't an exact science. It was more around the council at the time's belief that the industrial sector with centred on the port of Tauranga and the traffic that comes from outside of the city into the warehousing or from the warehousing back out of the city, that they should contribute more to the rates than the commercial sector, and that would capture out of town people that benefit from using our infrastructure. It wasn't a scientifically allocated.
Okay, thank you. Is there Councillor Curran?
Thank you, Jim. Just further to Mahe's question around the 15-20%. So the rate requirement is so 20%. So you have the rate requirement, and 20% is calculated, and then that is divvied out amongst the that category, and the other 15 amongst that category, rather than just taking the overall rate requirement and using that a factor that might be 2.1 or 2.6 greater. And why did we take that approach?
This is on the general rate. So this is the rate that's paid for the everything that the community pays for together. So that looking at the Hamilton's model, where they had 35% for the commercial sector and 65% for the residential, then it was a similar approach from council. It was taking the 35% but splitting it into partly industrial and partly commercial.
Through the chair, if I can add, the reason for that approach as opposed to the 2.1 was largely every time a general valuation is undertaken, it was moving the categorisation between amounts. This would actually lessen volatility over time in terms of the impact of those valuations.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, Jim, just a point of clarification. You mentioned in answering one of the mayor's questions that potentially if we're looking at the usage in each unit and had to go and inspect that would add a lot of staff. So sort of my thinking around this square metres, if we define commercial as being less than, let's just say 125 for the moment, and change the definition of industrial to be greater than that, how would that go as far as, like, that wouldn't be a staffing issue, it would just be something that would happen?
Yeah, that could be done as a desktop exercise. It wouldn't necessarily need any additional on-site inspections.
How would that affect, vacant land? Because as I understand it, that at the moment is classified industrial. I guess I'm just thinking that would then now become a commercial. Is that?
No, the industrial vacant land in an industrial zone would still be rated as industrial. They would, unless it's less than 125 square metres, which you won't have in general for an industrial section.
Oh, so sorry, just a clarification from Councillor Taylor. You were talking about the land size or the building size? Unit size.
The palm kernel example is going to be 10,000 square metres or more. something that's storing someone's boat, generally I would have thought 125 square metres would cover a domestic usage.
Through the
But
chair.
that's definitely building size.
Apologies. Through the chair, we'd bring that back as terms of any definition, in terms of developing that definition, as to make sure that that was clear about
Yeah.
land size versus unit size.
Because I guess looking at the definitions, you know, effectively commercial is just office space and retail effectively. You know, so as soon as you start carving off stuff, it sort of makes it quite, you know, confusing as to what we're doing. Yeah, which is just my comment. Sorry, yeah, Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Chair. Jim. Just this being the first rating year that this new industrial rate has been applied, was any thought given to the effect that it's going to have on any industrial area around the Tauranga region in relation to the light commercial guys being hoovered up in the industrial rate, and what effect that'll have on their business? Which, because right now, anyone who's driven around any business estate, there's all the light guys are moving out of the estate because they've been labelled as industrial. When I don't, in my personal view, plumbers and electricians aren't industrial users. We need to better clarify the difference in the definition between what is actually an industrial user. And my personal view is needs to be related to transport, because this has been done, I think, a little bit quick. In your opinion, would a user now, a light commercial plumber, make a decision on where they set their business up based on where he thinks his rates are going to be, as opposed to the best location for his business?
Yeah, through the chair, I wouldn't have a good understanding of the business decisions that people might make on whether an increase in rates up to the same level that they would pay in Hamilton or Auckland or anywhere else would influence them to change their location in any way. I haven't heard anyone saying that other than these smaller self-storage areas where they've just talked about it becoming unaffordable for parking a personal vehicle. But I haven't heard that generally from the other industrial commercial. There has been a large increase as a percentage, but it's not generally saying that will stop business from operating.
Councillor Morris.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Using the highest and best use principle, are you aware of any exceptions where that's been applied across the city? So, for example, in a former rural zone, poor Mr. and Mrs. Farmer end up getting zoned residential, and then, wow, the old rates go up because the highest and best use, of course, is homes. That's argumentative, but yeah, homes. Are there any exceptions to that around the city? Because I'm just thinking in terms of the next steps and what might come along.
We do have the rates postponement policy, which you'll see in the paper, and that's where a rural property is changed into another use like residential or industrial or commercial. And that land the rates on it can be postponed or deferred to a later date when the development happens. The valuations come out every 3 years, and ratepayers can object to them if they believe the values are too high. But there's no at the moment, the values are based on the highest best use as per the whole of New Zealand, and that's what we set rates on.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Jim, I'm wondering when the decision was made to go with an industrial differential, what were the reasons given at the time for not going with a separate targeted transport rate as an alternative?
Through the chair, I don't think it was any more than that wasn't an option put on the table at that point in time. It was looking at the commercial differential and the impact of that, and a specific transport rate. Obviously, we had the introduction of the IFF transport levy come in, but not a specific transport targeted rate was discussed.
Well, it was part of the standard two-step process that council will take. You will take each annual plan, a long-term plan, to first of all look at each activity and decide what the best funding option is for it, and then secondly, the overall allocation of rates on the whole community, and that decision is yours to exercise.
Thank you, Jim. Just sort of going a little bit more on that. So with these percentages from each sector, presumably those rating differentials potentially will actually go down as there's more industrial added, because then you're effectively sharing it. So those differentials will actually move around, and those percentages are kind of trying to keep that as level as possible. But with growth, they should reduce, shouldn't they?
That's exactly right. It's to create some certainty where you have a proportion of the general rate paid by each sector, and the revaluations won't impact it from sector to sector. It will stay within each sector. And over time, if there's a growth in industrial, they will share the load of the general rate.
Okay, Councillor Kurak, I think, do you have a...
Thank you, Mayor Mahoney. Just to clarify, Councillor Taylor's suggestion to have a certain size threshold to then go into the industrial rate. So, and this is actually a question more so to Councillor Taylor. So what we saw up on the screen there, the example I gave of 14 units on a small site with a couple of car parks outside, fairly common, would those fall under that 125 square metre category or within that?
Without committing myself to being an expert on this, I did do a bit of a Google and Trade Me and looked at a few units. Those particular units there are around that 115, I think, square metres. So there would have to be some work done on. I've picked 125 as a random number, not quite random, but close to.
Yeah, through the chair, if that was the direction of the council, we would do more work around what would be a suitable square metre rate, if that was the direction.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. Tēnā kōrua. Question, of the two options currently tabled, which one has the least impact on our residents? And should we not make a decision on either of those two options, what is the impact on the delay for our people, if any?
The option to leave the definition as it is and the interpretation of it as staff are currently defining it would have an impact on between 8 and 20 ratepayers that we know about at the moment. That would have, they would have to pay the rates that they've been assessed, and they believe that there should be less. If you pick option B, then there would be about 8 to 20 rating units that we know of that would have a reduced rating liability, and that would mean we would under collect by approximately $20,000 this year.
That's just the ones you know of, though, isn't it?
Just the ones we know of.
Yeah.
So it's a small number of ratepayers, this matter. Yeah.
So just for clarity, though, option C could be a much higher number. That's only what we know of at this point in time.
So correct.
Clarify, Jim. Why would we undercollect this year when you just leave it and just apply that in the next financial year? Or they've requested specifically for relief this financial year?
That's the guidance that we're seeking. If we confirm that the current definition stands and is interpreted correctly, and you can then look at options for the next rating year to look at defining the categories better for council.
Okay, Councillor Crowther.
Thank you. Just following up on my previous question, was there any discussion at the time of implementing this that it was not just addressing the weight of vehicles, but the congestion impacts of the vehicles?
Yes, there was discussion around congestion and the environmental impact of heavier vehicles coming into the city to the port and out of the port, out of the city. Yeah.
Just following that up, I'm not sure whether Paul would be the best person to ask on that, but what portion of the transport costs, as they were in the long-term plan, just a sort of a ballpark, would be covered by the IFF levy?
No, well, the IF levy covers $177 million
in total, but I'm just thinking, is that all, that's of the total transport spend, that's all allocated within the LTP, so it's a relatively small portion of it.
That's right. Like the IFF levy is 177 million. Of the projects that relates to is around 800, just over 800 million of total project value. Yep. But there's obviously a lot more in the LTP over and above that as well. That's not in IFF. Yep.
And just through the chair, so is there any sort of technical or legal reason why we couldn't have a standardized industrial commercial rate differential and have a separate targeted transport rate with a different differential for industrial and commercial within that?
No technical reason that you can't do that.
We got any other further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much to Paul and Jim for that. So I believe we have some alternative motions. Are we, Councillor Roseboom, are you wanting to put a?
Yes, I have an alternative recommendation for a motion, yes.
Would you like to put that?
I would like to move that now, please, yes.
Just take a moment to understand that. No, that's not the right motion,
That's
sorry.
not the right one, no. That's not my one. Obviously, someone else has got one.
Someone's holding that one up their sleeve.
Sorry, can we just yeah.
Maybe take it.
Well, it comes up quite big on the screen, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a big issue.
Oh, she's quicker at formatting than I am.
Can I ask, while we're waiting and reading that, a question to Councillor Rosenboom. Are you also happy to add a resolution around investigating the categorisation of commercial properties that are around the 125 square metre in size?
Yes, I am. My primary aim is this is targeting. My major reason for doing this is that, as everyone understands who's business minded and works in commercial industrial, these rates are inflationary. So irrespective of how we attribute these rates, they're going to be passed on through the business onto the general public purchase of persons. So industrial rates, commercial rates are inflationary. We need to be very mindful of how we do that. And if we're hoovering up small businesses, single operators, plumbers, they're just going to pass this cost. If they get hoovered up into industrial, they'll just put it on the bill. So Tauranga, the people of Tauranga will end up paying this industrial rate primarily because it'll just get passed on to them. So my aim in this is to target vehicles, heavy vehicles in some respects, and in some respects Councillor Crowther does work with that, doing a targeted rate, but I believe our transport sector kind of already pays enough in their fuel tax and every other tax they get taxed just to operate. We need to somehow differentiate and better define what we term as an industrial business, how it operates, and how we target them if we want them to pay more for roads. And in some respects, this comes back to what Christina said in the past. The sum of unintended consequences, when the government allowed 50-ton trucks on the road, councils are now paying the bill for supplying roading for very large overweight vehicles. And those are the ones that we're trying to target with this rate, I believe. We need to better define the commercial rate versus the industrial rate, how we apply and define these two categories so people can understand it. So when they go to operate a business in a new business estate, they clearly understand what rate they're going to be charged, as opposed to the rates bill arrives in the mail and they get a bit of a fright. Does that help, Rick?
Oh, yeah, well, so have we got a seconder for this motion? Councillor Kurak will second it. I'll open it up to debate and discussion. So Councillor Roseboom, do you have anything else to add?
No, I pretty much covered why I want this to be like this in my opening statement. It's for us to better define the two rate categories and how they impact on the population of Tauranga.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Kurak.
I think this is all good work, Councillor Roseboom, in terms of investigating some opportunities where we can further fine-tune the different categories, industrial versus commercial. Now, I do recall in some of the minutes of the commissioners just around the discussion they had, and they did request for some further work to be done around these categories and the differentials. And so this will actually deliver the desired outcome from the commissioners when they considered it. I've also actually, if I can take this opportunity to add another resolution that Councillor Taylor proposes and his suggestion around the size. Committee Chair, if you've received that email I just sent. And that will read, sorry. So further, I investigates a commercial building size threshold to then base the commercial versus industrial category on. So when making a decision. Mahe.
Councillor Roseboom, would you be happy if we just added in at the moment D&E statements? If we just put in request that staff report back.
On the terms, and then we could use, we could combine that, the term self-storage.
You know, I'm happy with the request of staff pulling back.
Are you happy with H as well?
Yeah, I'm kind of mindful of the previous conversation around the current recommendation in the agenda. Since that gives immediate relief, and this is more, what I'm proposing is more aimed at clarifying it for the next rates review in the annual plan. Could we do both? Put this in, aimed at annual plan or LTPA, and we keep the current recommendations because it gives immediate rates relief to some struggling people of Tauranga.
Yeah, Mayor, we could come back to those resolutions after we discuss and put this.
Yeah. So has anyone else would like to, Councillor Kura, do you have anything to add to?
Really clear what we're trying to achieve here is just further fine tuning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. just before I start on my comments, just the wording, I'm still a bit unclear in terms of D and E in terms of what we're actually saying. If it could be possible to get clear on exactly what they're going to report back on. Yeah, I'm happy to carry on talking about it. Is it reporting back on the implications of defining the term in a certain way? Is that, if I can go through the chair to the councillor? That's D and E. I'm just trying to see clarity on that.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. In D and E, what we're trying to do is get a very distinct definition of what is a commercial rate, and that to me includes the term self-storage facility, where it's not a business, it's the person you've hired or leased a facility to go and store stuff in, as opposed to the industrial definition of industrial warehousing or bulk storage, and that's getting back to a aforementioned palm kernel storage type facility, being very clear in how we define different storage options around Tauranga.
Councillor Morris.
Thanks, Mayor Mahi. May I suggest a brief adjournment? I think that the mover and the seconder and the subsequent amender could, with the assistance of the committee secretary, come up with some agreeable wording that does reflect their position accurately. But I think that would be useful in terms of providing clear direction to the organisation and also folks knowing exactly what they're voting for.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Curran.
Just on that point though, I think what Councillor Rosenberg is asking for is just staff to investigate this. Is this how staff are reading this and come back to the committee, or could be a later one in the F, come back for 5 November with, hey, will this work? Is it reasonable, blah, blah, blah?
Through the chair, yes, and if we could have that adjournment to effectively reflect that, because I think what we're hearing is that the resolution that's currently in the report is sought now, as well as for the purpose of the annual plan, to better define the rating categories, which can come back to the November report, and then that will then flow into a conversation for the next annual plan. Is that
Thank you, Paul.
So I actually we are actually due an adjournment, so we might have a 20-minute adjournment now, and we can sort this out and we'll come back. So I just put that we adjourn the meeting. We've got a mover, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Kurak. All those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. So we're going to adjourn till we'll adjourn to 11:35. Thank you. Are we ready to read? Right, well, thank you everyone for that adjournment. As you can see, we've just got to add in either B or C from the original motion. Councillor Roseboom, are you happy to confirm one of those, and if so, which one?
Yes, I'm happy to confirm that we keep B.
Okay, and
Fresh space.
Councillor Kurak, you the seconder, you happy? Yeah. Okay, therefore, the motion now sits as on the screen with the removal of C. Have we got anyone else wishing to speak on this?
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther?
Yep, yeah, I'd support this. I think the issue that's been raised is sort of bigger than we can handle in the initial kind of potential solution that we had presented. I think this is a good way forward. We'll get more information for the annual plan process. I'm particularly pleased to see the targeted transport rate option there. I've always thought that makes far more sense if we're actually only talking about transport, if that's the only rationale, which I believe it was when the industrial rates differential was introduced, then to me it makes far more sense to do it just for the transport component, but to actually have a very close look at what the true costs are. There was a comment made earlier that people are already, I think the words were pay enough to cover those transport costs. I'm not so convinced, having looked into this. I think there's evidence that shows people don't pay enough. And I think that's something the commissioners were mindful of. And certainly when you look at our financial situation, I don't know how we can afford to pay enough if we do it through residential rates and other methods. Acknowledging that the road user charges and fuel excise goes to the NZTA portion, not to our portion there. So for me, it's far better, you know, the initial tool was too blunt. We need to come up with a tool that's a little bit sharper, gets to where we really want to go. And I think the right time to have that conversation is in an annual plan process.
Councillor Kurak?
I think it's a good way forward. And when it comes to the appropriate committee, that we have a good discussion around this. And it certainly probably confirms why other metro councils don't differentiate between commercial and industrial, because it becomes very difficult. And that's where we sort of arrived at now. So it'll be interesting in terms of how we move forward in terms of these issues.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the creation of those resolutions up there. I support it, and we've heard a lot from particularly small storage unit owners who had quite an impact following the imposition of the industrial targeted rate. And of course, there is a significant difference in use and impact on the wider community between things like the port with heavy traffic versus a storage unit which may be storing somebody's personal effects. So I support the resolution and look forward to the upcoming paper, noting, of course, that we'll also be considering the acts of developable land at some stage leading up to the annual plan as well, as per resolutions of, I think it was which committee it was, but it was over in Cameron Road, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think just to put this in perspective, what we're saying is, the rules that are in play right now, we're going to stick to. And, obviously that gives us a lot of certainty. I think it's hard to suddenly change now when the rates have been struck, because we are unaware of how many people this may affect, and to change that, obviously reduces our income for the year. It also opens us up to a lot of people wanting changes, but I absolutely support the need to look at this more closely going forward, and obviously we can make a better decision. I would disagree with Councillor Roseboom, talking about that this is going to be inflationary, and the reason is this is really a zero-sum game, because if the industrial people aren't paying it, someone else is, and obviously not this year, because it's just would be less income to the council. But going forward, if you reduce the industrial amount of rates, either the other people in the industrial category will be hit with higher rates, or the residential ratepayers will have to pick up that shortfall, because ultimately we need the rates as a total. So I don't think it's inflationary. It's just shifting the balance of who actually pays for those rates. And as I say, I think going forward, this can be given a little bit more, and whether we need to split this, as we've spoken about, whether we need to look at transport, or look at the reasons, I guess, that there is a differential and why that is, and try to make it as fair as possible. But we just have to be take into account everyone across the network, and obviously what the main reason for putting in the differential, in my understanding, was to effectively take some of the load off the residential ratepayer, who potentially has been paying more than their fair share over the years, compared to other metros around the country that have had a differential. And as we've sort of discussed today, commercial and industrial have different needs and different sort of transport components as well as others than a house where people are going to and fro during the day. So we need to try to take that into account, but in a fair and equitable way to all our ratepayers. So that is my comments. Is there any sort of closing comments? Councillor Roseboom, would you like to have the last word?
Thank you, Mayor. My comment is, obviously rates is a very emotional subject for everyone in Tauranga. Nobody wants to pay more. Everyone wants to get maximum amount of facilities for the least amount of dollar. We need to be very careful when we set up a new rate carrier that it is very clearly defined, and how it is targeted, and who's actually paying, and what we're actually trying to achieve with the industrial rate. And if it is roads and damage to roads, then that needs to be clearly stated, not storage. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The debate is now finished. So I will put to council that the council receives the report rating policy and rating valuations, confirms that industrial rating units in industrial zone land used primarily for private storage or leisure purposes aligns with the land use code and the district valuation role and is correctly defined in the industrial rating category, retains attachment 1 in confidential as it contains personal information from ratepayers regarding the private use of industrial rating units, requests that staff provide existing reports on the comparisons of light and heavy vehicles used to define the impact of different transport requirements have on the commercial rate and industrial rate for the purposes of the 2025-2026 annual plan, requests staff to better define both the commercial rate and industrial rate differential classifications, including the definitions of self-storage facility, industrial warehousing and bulk storage, to provide the November 5 Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee meeting with options on the definition of each rate category, to continue further work on the appropriate share of rates to be paid by each category, including options for transportation targeted rates. I ask that all those in favour, those against, that motion is carried. We now move on to 11.6, user fees and charges, long-term plan background. Again, I'd like Paul Davidson, Chief Financial Officer, and Jeremy Boyes, Manager of Strategy and Corporate Planning, to speak to the report, please.
I don't think Jeremy's here today, but I'll talk to the report. So this was a request for a paper on the user fees process. So this report outlines our process for setting user fees, starting with funding needs analysis, how it fits with the revenue and financing policy, and then steps through the process that was used as part of the last long-term planning, has links to the relevant papers and the consultation and engagement that occurred with that. So I'll really just take the report now as read, and any questions?
Councillor Couret.
Excuse me. Paul, on page, that's feedback. 103, not particularly, but generally in the report, I read the paying a fair share report. I think it's referred to somewhere there, where some analysis was done around meeting an expectation of fairness and equity amongst the different activities that council undertakes and services that it provides. But I couldn't find any reference to arts, art galleries, arts and culture, library, sort of weren't covered within that report. Is there some, what is the foundation of that we have certain activities that don't seem to be subject to the level of scrutiny that other activities are, in considering user fees for those activities? I understand the library, there's a fee for a hot title for the new releases of $3, but otherwise, you know, the service is basically free, the same as art galleries or cultural facilities. I understand the museum won't charge, etc. What is the basis for that? And is it something that we should perhaps talk about?
I guess in summary, I don't know why it wasn't included in that report, but ultimately it should be fairness and equity over all of our user fees. And I wasn't heavily involved in that one, but that report, I think, focused on the user fees potentially that we were re-looking at as part of the long-term plan. But the short answer is that, you know, the intent would be that all user fees are looked at fairness and equity over the other fees, as well as what should be paid through for public good components for rates, for example.
Have we got any other questions for Paul? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Paul, just wondering, in that same report that Councillor Couret referred to, there's quite, you know, thorough analysis of various aspects of the user fees. I'm just wondering, have you done, or is it, do you think, achievable to look at the other side of that, which is the impacts of fees on the people who will be paying them? Because the allegations from some people who responded in the submission process, which led to changes in the long-term plan, and certainly from people like the people paying boat ramp parking fees, was that the impact would be so great that they couldn't bear the cost without some significant adverse impact. So I think my observation is that the finance team has put out some quite strong information around, you know, the various comparisons with other councils, the amounts, the possibilities of what the commissioners could have chosen. But I'm not confident that I have the understanding of what the impacts of various things will be, and wondering how difficult that would be to get that information.
If Barbara wants to, I'll start the response and Barbara can continue, but we obviously received a lot of feedback through the long-term plan consultation process in terms of what the impact on users of various facilities were, which was taken into account through through the hearings and ultimately the decisions that was made. But if you want to add to.
Yeah, certainly. So when the fees were put into the original LTP for consultation, there was a logic behind them around how much to charge per square metre of land. So the submissions from the users obviously led to the commissioners then making a reduction in the fees, very much based on affordability for particularly community services. So I mean, that was based just really on affordability for those community members. I guess the opportunity to review that and have some more information will come through the opportunity to review your revenue financing policy, which dictates the level of fees you're going to collect from each activity. And I will just note that while the library historically has been a lot of the fees are free. That doesn't make sense, does it? There's a lot of services we provide for free, but that's fairly consistent with libraries throughout New Zealand. I will note that it is the intention for the museum to charge when it's built, and there is revenue in the LTP for future years for revenue generated from the museum. At the time that that revenue target was put in, it was 5 years before the museum was going to be built, or hopefully built. So it's an estimate on what was acceptable fee at that time, and it was based on what other museums charge. Obviously, that can be looked at over a 5-year period. Does that help?
Through the chair, yeah, thank you. I think it just points to the fact that it'd probably be good in that process that you referred to get as much clarity around the actual impacts as opposed to the potential for some people to claim impacts that may not be quite as bad, or vice versa. And we heard this through the boat ramps issue, where people said they weren't aware of the charges and that it was having a significant impact and it hadn't been factored in. So it can cut both ways. And I think to get the facts as much as possible would be helpful.
I agree 100% to get delivering those facts, because it always cuts both ways, doesn't it? So happy to do that.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, we alluded there to the changes that were made after the annual plan was put out for consultation, and we dropped some of these fees back again. So I'm presuming that the drop on those fees essentially was picked up by the ratepayer in general?
That's correct, depending on that revenue and financing policy and the amount of rates allocation, but generally that's correct. The only reason I say that is because we may look at the long-term balances for those activities, for example, if they were in surplus deficit, and there might be some timing issues over what that looks like.
Come back to what Glenn was saying about actually understanding the impacts and are they real? Like, people can make a lot of noise around things. And, so if your logic was right in setting the fees to start with, backing away from those shouldn't be done in haste, I don't think.
Is there any further questions? In that case, thank you to the staff. I asked for this report, so I will move it. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Crowther. So yeah, I guess my reason for this, and I guess what I want to get out of today, is a little bit of a steer from the council as to what direction we want to head with an issue such as this. My views are that we're trying to look at ways to reduce rates to as smaller increases as possible. And therefore, we need to look at other revenue sources. And I guess for me, it seems quite reasonable and fair that people contribute to the services they actually use rather than pay rates for everything, and we just provide everything as a council. You know, I guess there is some sort of things that I believe in. You know, we want to make it fair and equitable. We don't want to stop people being able to access services and facilities because they can't afford it. And so, you know, it's a really fine balance, I guess, of getting that contribution without pricing people out of being able to partake. But ultimately, if we don't charge and we don't raise things, then that goes back to the general ratepayer, and I don't believe that's fair in itself. And you know, I think as well, you know, as we heard over the boat ramp charges, you know, the majority of people that I spoke to didn't necessarily have an issue with paying. It was, why are we paying when others aren't? And we're always going to have that. There's going to be some things that council we provide without charging, and you know, that is facilities that, you know, that there's just some things that it's not practical to be able to charge. But I believe that things that we can practically charge for should be charged for. And you know, again, it's up to us, I guess, to get that balance right, that we don't stop people enjoying our facilities, and we take into account what some of those recreational purposes actually do. In Councillor Kurak's, I have no issue about looking at, you know, if we're going to do this, that we look at art galleries, we look at libraries, and find a way to do that, along with, you know, we already have a situation where there's a number of people in this community, whether you're parking, you know, whether you're you know, using council land, or you know, the cafes and restaurants that are paying to have their you know, seats out on the street, the basketballers that play in our indoor facilities, those that rent halls, they all pay part, you know, to contribute towards the facilities they use. So it seems a little bit to me unfair that there's a lot of people that get stuff for free, who could be charged. So yeah, I think it's really striking that balance. You know, people contribute, but you know, I think as a council, we can, you know, limit a lot of those fees that they're not over and above the costs of providing those facilities. And that's both from a capital and OPEX point of view. So, you know, we shouldn't, you know, for example, boat ramps, if it's costing us, let's say 600K a year, we shouldn't be raising 1.2 million from those charges, because that's not fair on the other side. And obviously, I think the other big thing to take into consideration is actually, you know, there is points where user fees can actually drive behaviour. And, you know, I think that is important, because we have a massive infrastructure deficit, and sometimes charging, and I know this is something that is controversial, but they looked at the time of use charging, for example, that can actually drive behaviour, which ultimately can be very powerful in changing behaviour and putting people on, for example, public transport. That's another one that people already pay for. You know, some of those costs with the fares they pay, but you can drive, and then that can effectively close that infrastructure deficit. So yeah, that is really where I'm coming from on this, but obviously happy to hear other people's views. Councillor Crowther, would you like to talk, or reserve your right to talk?
I'll just speak. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah, I think I agree with, if I'm recalling correctly, everything that Mayor Drysdale just said. I think probably the thing I'd add is that it tended to come across to me that maybe we would move more towards user charges. I'm not in that space yet. I'd need to see the evidence around that. And in some ways, there are things that I'd probably be inclined to move away from some, or the extent of some user charges. I'm just thinking my experience with the non-profit sector and some of the charges now at the historic village and the impacts that has on small community groups or just informal groups of people, community members, and trying to hire a room somewhere. And compared to some towns and cities around New Zealand, Tauranga does have some challenges, particularly in certain parts of our community around accessing spaces like that. So it's obviously just one small example, but I think we need to be very mindful of the impacts at all levels. I think certainly favour that comprehensive approach. I think everything should be looked at. And I am interested in where that would get to. I'm just thinking of something like the comment, Councillor Kurak's comment around the museum exhibition centre and our general manager's response that there are going to be charges. But certainly if you did a pro rata, apportionment of the OPEX of that facility and looked at the appropriate charge, either you would be needing to charge, like 1 cent for, for the boat ramp or whatever it worked out, or you would need to be charging a very large number for someone to enter into that museum exhibition centre because of the huge percentage of those costs that is actually locked into the capital investment into a building, into a facility. So I think we have to stick to principles. We have to figure out the impacts, as I think I was saying under the previous point around the rating policy, and also probably discern between public good and, I think, public bad. I don't know if that's an official term, but and something like driving heavy trucks around a city has components of both. It delivers things that are for the public good. It damages the environment, damages roads, which is for the public bad. It gets incredibly complex, but I think we need to try to factor all that in and figure out where to draw lines. And that is obviously very subjective, but I think it needs to be based on clear evidence and we get presented with a very comprehensive view of this. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora tātou. Through here, wholeheartedly support the sentiments that have been shared by both speakers, and I just agree that we need some robust research and evidence presented, and just to echo some of the sentiments shared by community members that I've spoken to on this matter across a wide range of spectrums, from sports to health and social service providers, smaller religious groups and the like, is that the community by and large just want us to get it right. And so if we can allow time for the evidence, for the research to be done and for discussion, wānanga, whatever it may be, to incur, and we land on ideally the best possible outcome, then long term, that's going to be great. So as much as we want to move with haste, I think in this sense, along with conversations around rates, it's about getting it right, which may require time, but time worth taking. So that's probably my only contribution, because I support the notions that have already been shared.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, it's I'm in support in principle. I suppose as part of taking our time, as Councillor Baker said, and getting it right, just understanding what part of the community amenity we're trying to deliver. So, and not too much detail here today, but, someone going out and enjoying their rest and recreation and their leisure, whether it's a walk around the mount or walk down a beautiful new walkway along Marine Parade or onto the beach to go for a surf. And then again, the various sporting organisations that either use a field or a basketball court. And there's a whole range of, things that we are contributing to provide to to make this a great community. And so, yeah, I think that the part in particular around sporting organisations, around the assets and amenities that we provide, and fully with understanding that we are behind the eight ball. I know a lot of organisations want a lot more facilities, amenities, which will cost. So understanding, you know, what is a fair way to enable everyone that's involved in organisation and sport and community activity to contribute will be a good thing to get right. And yeah, it's a big thing to get consider, but take our time and do it right.
Is there any other comments? Councillor Curran.
I think getting it right will be the challenge, because I recall previous discussions around establishing user fees. They've always been difficult conversations. We always get lots of people in the chamber with and quite passionately pleading their case. But we always ongoingly we have issues around disparity and people saying, well, that's not fair and equitable. You're charging this group and you're not this group. And so we'll never get it right, but I think the aim is to get it as close as possible to the best outcome, because we want a happy and healthy community ultimately, and providing these services, facilities, etc., go a long way towards having a happy and healthy community. So we don't want to discourage youth, but at the same time, for those people that can value those services or facilities via some small payment, then it would be appropriate. So when, we've got to differentiate between children and adults who have got a better ability to pay when it comes to their recreational pursuits. So yeah, it'll be a big discussion, but I think we're all up to it and I look forward to it.
Thank you. So I think that's all the discussion. So yeah, I guess just coming back a few sort of ideas, again, probably that we want to look at that sort of non-resident ratepayer sort of differential, so that people that aren't contributing through their rates potentially have a higher fee. I think we've got to have good consultation. That's going to be key to selling this, and I think that's maybe something that has lacked in the past. Obviously, that community feedback, and working with the community to try to make this work, because as Councillor Kurak said, this can be quite a polarising kind of issue, and I would like to probably explore, for example, breaking our rates down a bit further so people actually understand how much they're paying for these various things, and obviously if we're getting user fees from that, they can see a meaningful difference in the rates, actually those components going down. I think as we've discussed, we've got to take the community with us, absolutely around that fairness. As you say, Councillor Crowther, it's always hard because getting those proportions, you're probably never going to win on that one. So again, though, it's about that communication and selling that. And just to Councillor Schuller's point, that was something actually I missed was what I've heard from the community is we do have a deficit in amenities and things that people want, and potentially that this is an opportunity to help fund building more, depending on how we do it. So I think generally what we've heard around the table today is it's worth exploring this further, and obviously we'll need to go into a pretty heavy sort of consultation phase if that's what we want to do. So I'll just put, because obviously we're not asked to make any decisions today, but thank you, because was really looking for a steer as to whether this is something that we should look at going forward, and we obviously will continue to do that. But I put to council that we received the report user fees and charges long-term plan background. and obviously, we will go into more detail in future. So all those in favour of that motion, those against? I declare that motion carried. Thank you very much. So our next item of business is National Land Transport Program 2024 to 2027 release update. And I ask Craig Dunlop, Principal Investment Advisor, and Mike Seaborn, Head of Transport, to come in and talk to the report, please.
Lengthy we have land program update. To give you facts, is this was submitted in May of this year ahead of the GPS, which is a government policy statement on transport, and that means the information in it was set and submitted under a different sort of set of criteria. And so we're reporting on the change that has come through, and we'll highlight some of those impacts for you today. And of course, both the LTP and the NLTP have progressed in the intervening time. So this is information that's getting old, and it'll get steadily older. And as we update you, we'll attempt to make sure that we keep you on the latest numbers and figures. Just quickly, the program that we submitted was ambitious and very positive. The balance of program has changed now as a result of the new GPS and the priorities with the government has in front of it. And the outcome is still positive in terms of the amount of Waka-Kotahi or NZTA funding that we're attracting to this area and the transport program that we have. It's also one of the larger LTP transport programs we've delivered in Tauranga City Council as well. So whilst it is disappointing to have some of our projects and things that we would like to do not included, we still have a significant program underway and funded. So moving through on that. So just in the paper, a quick point, there's a chart in there giving you some parity with other councils and the impact on their programs as a result of funding. Last point to make, we are working on that change and the impacts of that change, and we intend to bring back to council the more detail around those impacts and some options that you will have around how would you like to proceed on some of the outcomes that we're trying to achieve in the transport system. And I'll hand it over to Craig now to go through to some of the detail.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Through the chair. So I think, as Mike kind of highlighted there's been obviously a bit of a change and a bit like from the surface of it, it looks like some of the stuff we put in there was not included. However, if you compare that to other metro councils, we actually did really well. Of significance, we talk about the top 5 projects. And on a good note there, we have connecting the people, 15th Welcome Bay has been included as probable. However, Cameron Road, multimodal stage 2, which we already knew about through the business case process that we're working through in the background, and connecting Mount Maunganui have been put in the not included. But as Mike also mentioned, that will be a process that we're working through with Waka-Kotahi. And this is just a point in time note for that. So all in all, we're quite happy with how that came through in the end, but happy to take any questions on where we're at. In line with the GPS, you'll notice quite a hit on the likes of walking and cycling and public transport compared to local road improvements. So if there's any questions, we'd be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we've also got Raj Naidu, who's the Senior Investment Advisor of Transport. So any questions? Sure, Councillor Crowther will have a few.
Apologies. Can I just clarify, is the, through the chair, is the debt funding of 80 mil, is that for PEI through the housing loan or whatever we've got?
Yeah, through the chair, that's HIF funding through for PEI for the Eastern Corridor growth, yes.
Another question. I'm just thinking in terms of the quantum of what we got was potentially not too bad compared to some councils. I think it was 62% of the funding request, but we only got 17% of projects approved and only 15% of the money for low cost, low risk. So I'm kind of curious how you're sort of seeing it in terms of one particular issue, which often gets overlooked, and that is the footpath upgrades, which are now no longer, like they have to be in the walking and cycling classes or activity classes, I understand it. So they're no longer able to be incorporated elsewhere. So my observation is that there are a lot of footpaths that, because of the age of Tauranga suburbs, need some work on them. At the very time that I understood from the commissioners that there was a plan to do that, we now have the lowest amount you'd probably want in that activity class. Do you have any view on how important and urgent that might be? Like, could we get in a situation where we have lots of footpaths over the next 3 years, get to a point where there is danger, given in mind who's using it nowadays?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a really good point, and I think that's a sentiment that would be echoed around the country around how we have very little funding available from Waka Kotahi to address those issues, and even out of what we would have traditionally have done in maintenance, we're no longer able to use that funding in order to do some of that work. So that the situation has become doubly complex. However, that's one of the options that we'd like to bring back to you, because I think there's a series of outcomes that as council you'll want to achieve through your transports funding. What we'd like to work up is the trade-offs between those, given the funding situation. So Waka Kotahi is our main and primary partner in terms of the funding we get. But of course, you have local share that you can use in order to do that. I think the condition of the asset, which is a slightly so that would be improving cycle networks, but actually just maintaining them to a certain level in a safe way. We'll also bring you back some information around what that looks like. I think critical risks or any kind of safety risks that are present in the network would be of a high priority, and we'll offer a way of prioritising at that point too for your approval. But at the same time, I think those are almost the exact conversations we have to have you as a result of this impact. So, and to your first point around being pleased with the program, I think we are, from a volume perspective, we're able to secure quite a significant amount of investment, but of course 2 of our major projects are in construction. So that a lot of the dollars that you see in there, because we're in construction at the moment on those, it does mean our smaller and usually more community focused projects, there are not very many of them. In fact, we've got funding for the ones we've started, and we won't have any or many new starts as a result of the funding framework. So rather than leave you with that, I would like to work on that and come back to you in a month's time or in October and give you some options around what you can do going forward to see about it. So one of the key points for us here is the balance of program has gone towards some significantly large projects and not very many small ones. And is that something that you as a council are comfortable with going forward? And what's the impact of that, particularly with regard to safety, to resilience, active modes or cycling and walking, passenger transport infrastructure? We'd like to give you some options as we come back.
So I guess this is probably a very hard question to answer, but like our priorities don't necessarily align to the government's priorities, and they kind of seem to be deciding which projects we can and can't do. How can we, I guess, advocate to get, like if we've got a list of these are our most important, to actually get those over the line rather than what Waka Kotahi decide is the fundamental and best projects for our region.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and if I interpret the question correctly, the government's GPS is really focused on core business, maintenance activity, and projects that are related to the GPS outcomes. And so they've been very clear. They've added more money into the GPS, but it isn't going to the activity classes that we usually operate in. The council doesn't have that many options with regard to new funding from Waka Kotahi, although there is a resilience fund of about $100 million, but that's for the whole country. And so we're able to perhaps adjust our programs to take advantage of that. But also the GPS has prioritised things like optimisation and other types of activity, which our current program hadn't. So we're looking at that as an opportunity to derive some new projects and new focus that is aligned with the government's intention. Again, we are not sure of where the Waka Kotahi sit in this regard, but we'll be working with them around how much work should we do preparing programs that are better aligned to this GPS. And that's the kind of questions that we need to go away and ask and then prepare for, so that we can do some things, But the Waka Kotahi have been fairly clear, very clear, and through the GPS about what they're prepared to fund at the moment, and it's very much core business in their words.
Yeah, I guess, just as an example, looking at our three top projects, connecting Mount Maunganui, for example, is not funded, yet Welcome Bay is. And while I absolutely support that 15th Ave and Welcome Bay, I'd argue that connecting Mount Maunganui, for example, potentially aligns better to the government's priorities and the GPS around that economic, from a pure economic sort of driver, it's probably more important. But again, it's sort of, we put these projects in front of them and we get what they tell us we get, rather than necessarily what's our priorities, which is quite hard and frustrating, I guess, because we don't actually get to really make these decisions.
You, Mr. Chair, and particularly with that project, the way that Waka Kotahi prioritises things includes an element of timing. Connecting Mount Maunganui wasn't timed within the decade. And so it's one of the reasons why it will attract a lower priority. As the business case develops, its timing is better understood and it can flow up the priority list. So that will be one of the reasons that particular project, and particularly the significant bits of it, were at the end of the program and therefore deprioritised when Waka Kotahi went through its list. So that's an element. But from a strategic perspective, it stacks up because it's right by the port, it's on the highway, there's a lot of traffic in that area, and so it is quite well GPS aligned, but it's just not anywhere near ready for Waka Kotahi to really signal an investment in it at this stage. But that's me translating the investment prioritisation method, and Waka Kotahi are better at telling you the reasons why they do that. So that's my interpretation of what's happening.
So let's say we're a little bit further on, it's in our long-term plan. You think potentially that would have been funded?
So that's a tough question to answer directly through you, Mr. Chair. This is a Waka Kotahi project, and I think having a local support for the project is critical to it being funded. And so it's really important that we operate in a partnership with particularly Waka Kotahi on these projects, and encourage and signal that our enthusiasm for the project is never waning, and we're prepared to put our resources where they need to be in order to make sure that happens. If that isn't in place, then the project will certainly be deprioritised. So the reverse is absolutely true.
Probably about 2 minutes too early on that question, as we've just had NZTA walk into the room. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. So Cameron Road Stage 2, we have a infrastructure acceleration fund, $56 million money that is on the table. What happens to that? How long can that hang around? And unless we change the project, how do we get it?
The chair, so I'll pick up that. So at the moment, we've got an extension that goes through to September in terms of the agreement that we have with Kāinga Ora, which is the funder for managing that process on behalf of the Crown. We need to now submit a remediation plan by the end of this month, 27th or 29th of this month, which talks about how we're going to go about addressing the fact that the business case hasn't been approved for Waka Kotahi and therefore it's not going to be funded without some change. So we're going to describe the work that you signed off at the previous council meeting, which was to look at revising the business case to be more strongly aligned with the GPS while still delivering on or future-proofing and protecting the outcomes to align with the Te Papa Spatial Plan and the intensification in that corridor. So we're going to submit that remediation plan. We're hopeful that that will be approved. And then that means that the funding is still sitting there on hold until we complete the remediation plan actions, and then we resubmit to Waka Kotahi the business case and the outcome of that's known, or alternatively, you collectively as a council make decisions about how much investment or what you want to do in terms of proceeding with that project, and then we'll go back to the funder.
Sorry, just so we've been given $56 million. If the project suddenly is only 2/3 of that cost, of its original cost, will that 56 million reduce accordingly?
So those would be matters that we'd need to negotiate with KO, so they might be amenable to some change. It depends on, I think, the purpose for which the outcomes that are going to be delivered and what other outcomes are going to be delivered. So they're open to having a conversation. The funding would not remain if the purpose and intent was substantively different. Then it might be either proportional or go. But if we're still achieving many of the outcomes, then there is an opportunity for a conversation. So it's an active discussion, and we only, once the transport team have done the further work on the business case, re-looked at the design and how to align it with the GPS, that we'll be able to understand those outcomes and go back and have that discussion. Makes sense.
Any other questions? Councillor Roseboom?
Yes, thank you. I've now moved on to the attachment document, last page, 154. There we are. On the end of it, it had Ring Road for the Tauranga business. Where are we at with that, and where's it intending to run from to?
Yeah, through the chair. So that's linked in through. So there's a Keenan Road business case that's currently underway, and this is in a ring route that then connects State Highway 29 and State Highway 36. So a lot of that as well is expected to rely on the outcome of that business case for Keenan Road around figuring out where we actually land on that. So that is to be confirmed. And as you can see there, that is in the not included section there. So that funding for that ring route is not included. That would have been a business case process to exactly determine what we would be doing there and where that would be going. But essentially it is between State Highway 29 and 36 connecting that section.
Because I'm more interested in actually where it's actually going to travel through the business estate and then through the green space onto 36. Has that been decided?
Can you shed some light on that?
Kia ora, I'm Rebecca Warwick, Senior Investment Advisor in the Transport team, but Andy probably has more of a handle on the full ring route than I do.
Sure. So through the chair, some time ago, I don't know how long, maybe 6, 8, 10 years ago, we acquired some land at the end of Kawaroa Drive, what is now Kawaroa Drive, in Tauranga Business Estate, for that road to continue on and connect to State Highway 36. There is a corridor available there across the Koperurua stream and through some land which is currently in a kiwi fruit orchard at a lower lying level, to connect to State Highway 36 just south of the current roundabout at Kennedy Road, I want to say. Is that correct? Yeah, and the route options are quite slim because of the topography in there. There is quite significant escarpments both to north and south, so there's just the one route option through there. So we have acquired the land from the Tauranga Business Estate. Land across the stream would be in public ownership, but there's a further property, which is the kiwi fruit orchard, which remains in private ownership at this point in time. That land is not zoned for development. It is zoned rural, I believe.
Thank you, through the chair. Yep. Thanks very much for that. So this is obviously quite a way off, this proposal.
So that land was acquired based on some work that was done through the Smart Growth Western Corridor strategic study, which was done alongside the NZTA program business case back in, I believe that was about 2017. That was based on the full build out of the Western Corridor, which at that stage was about 15,000 homes. With higher densities, it is more now. It was primarily identified that would be needed if areas like the Joyce, Merrick or Upper Belk Road areas were developed, and not for the more immediate urban growth areas of Keenan Road or Tauranga West, for instance.
Chair, I'll just add to that. So previous councils have sent a really clear direction that they wanted us to acquire land before it was developed, and not to close out opportunities that private sector basically built urban development on it and made it prohibitively expensive to then basically go and acquire that land for transport or recreational uses. So we have been across the city where we've identified significant opportunities, particularly when, as Andy said, there are limited other options presented to council, future-proofing acquisition reports, and this is a good example of one that they approved, and that is sitting as part of the council debt on the balance sheet for growth-related debt, with currently no timing known for when we'll recoup it, but a sound investment if you want to future-proof.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, just one last one, and just in terms of how we might flow that through. So this is a program sort of approach where those are not included. We generally, as that trigger and those demands start to reach, the business cases are started ahead of schedule so that they start to arrive on time. And so what you can see in that, particularly in that not included list, is things that is our intent going forward. And that sort of flows into the conversation with the TSP and how we run our LTPs. So we have to have a long view, and this is some of our intent, and this changes every 3 years on a significant way, and we can change it as we go along, just so that we're ready for the business case phase, which will really narrow down on a preferred option and an actual alignment once we're at that point.
Councillor Crowther.
Through the chair. I'm aware that the government policy statement and the funding are not pushing a lot into walking and cycling. So just getting back to that earlier point, you'd have to be, I would say, fairly brave and probably fairly foolish to go big on cycling investment at the moment. I don't plan to be foolish, so I'm not going to advocate for that. But I do have a question around our cycleways program. And a few years ago, that was given a lot of emphasis. We haven't delivered an awful lot other than through the Cameron Road project. But what I've noticed is the cost has escalated massively in terms of the projected costs. I'm just trying to get my head around the likely impacts that has in terms of getting funding, either in this 3-year term or the next one. And as an example, I sort of did the Google Maps analysis of the automotive multimodal accessible streets, whatever it's called now. And I know it's not just walking and cycling, but if you do it on the basis of the initial plan, which was to stick a safe cycleway around there to connect it all up, we're talking $14 million per kilometre. So that's 14,000 per metre or $14 per millimetre, depending on how you want to cut it up. Thinking of Wayne Brown's comments when he became Mayor of Auckland, there's a bit of a view amongst the cycling advocates in the city that they just want to get out their equipment and build a few metres themselves and try and cut the cost back. And I'm just really wondering, have we got it right, given the current environment? Because I'm not advocating for a big spend on connected cycleways, but I am advocating for kids to be able to bike safely to school. And there are some really severe danger areas around the city. And we've put a lot of emphasis on Links Ave, but there's been, next to nothing on Windsor Road, for example. And there have been other hotspots around the city. You know that as transport planner. So can we try to do this another way? Is that possible? Or are we just up against it saying, this is the only way you can actually roll these projects out these days?
For you, Chair, being a born optimist, what you can do things differently. And I think we have to, scarcity breeds innovation. And I think we have to be innovative in the way that we address some of our risks going forward. We are bound by what is good design and what is safe design. And those are always our sort of watchwords when we do these sorts of things. Please don't go out and build stuff yourselves as a community members, but perhaps come and talk to us. But at the same time, I don't think this inflation and the way that costs are rising is just walking and cycling. It's right across the construction and infrastructure sector. And we are all facing that exact challenge, which is how do we try and keep those costs down, and how do we do things differently in order to make sure we can deliver on some of those things. So there's a promise out there around how much we can do, and there's only enough money to do X. And so how do we get the most out of that every dollar? So I'm not too sure about $14 a millimetre, but we definitely want to get that cost down, I think would be the overriding message. although we're going to need to have a rethink of some of the ways we do things. But the list of things to do doesn't change. I think there are risks out there that we do need to address, and we'll come back to you and give you some options around how much or what is your priority in terms of addressing those, because of course there's trade-offs between outcomes, safety, walking and cycling, resilience, and other things that transport planners get their heads stuck into, congestion and other things like that. So I think that's that balance of program conversation that we'd like to have, because there's you take from one area, you give to one area, you have to take from another. And that's what we'd like to be able to give you as choices.
I guess to put that in context, they've built a cycleway from Ngarawahia to Lake Karapiro, and it's cost between $200,000 a kilometre and $1 million a kilometre for the complicated stages. So it's so you thought it was 14 million a kilometre. That's
through or to the chair. That incorporates some other improvements that I'm sure the team could tell you about, which included the bus, like there were certain changes to bus stops and other little bits and pieces which cyclists have described jutting out bits that get in our way. But I think the official jargon around is a bit different, which is safety improvements. So it's not just the cycleway itself.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Mike. I'm just sort of wondering what the process is to go through this investigation of the costings of these things. Like, we've been through as you said, an inflationary period, and historically, I know from my own experience, you sort of get caught up in the minute and everyone's adding their margin on margin on margin. But then you get to a point where things actually stop for a bit and you can actually go back and what looked expensive, you can probably revisit. Like, what would the process be if we wanted to go back and start some of these costings again from scratch?
Through you, Chair. It's just what I'm going to say is this is how it should operate. Is that this is a bit of a lull, and there's a time to reflect on how prices are coming across the tender box. Good design, understanding the design brief, figuring out what design kind of innovations that we can deploy, different kinds of surfacing and other things like that, and then also procurement. We've got the right people working on the right jobs, and some of the cost drivers around us are labour and plant, and how are you using those efficiently? Are we packaging work properly and completely across council and with our partners? So there are ways to try and improve the way we deliver and make it more efficient. Lots of opportunity, particularly we've got quite a bit of a big transport program and waters program. So the industry is listening around this, and it's for us to drive into that and figure it out. But I think it's some of the challenges of delivering infrastructure in an urban environment are things like, what do you do with the water? How do you make sure you don't flood something when you build something? So some of the specs come from areas you might not think are relevant to a cycleway or to an infrastructure, or there are underground utilities, things you can't see. And that's part of the challenge in complicated urban environments. And so that's possibly in some places where your designs, you think it's simple, but it might not be. But I can assure you this, though, is that we are focused on trying to keep those costs down.
Any other questions? Right, thank you to the staff. Therefore, I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion by Councillor Taylor. Do we have any discussion?
Thank you, Mayor Drysdale. I think we're obviously not the worst off in the country, but I think we're not in a great position with transport. There's certainly a comment at one point by one of the commissioners that we're $6.5 billion short of our transport funding. This won't have helped it. So I think the point to be made firstly is that there is a lot that wasn't in the long-term plan that ideally would be, especially from the point of view that this is, as I've said a few times before, the number one issue for a lot of local people, according to surveys. Secondly, in terms of specifics, I'm relieved we've got the 15th turret project funded. I think there's got to be a better way forward on connecting Mount Maunganui than what we're looking at the moment. It is incredibly critical. Not so much right now, but if we don't move now, I think we're going to miss an opportunity. In some ways, I personally think there's a relief we haven't got 15th turret and Cameron Road sort of running in similar timeframes. I think that could have been very problematic, especially if we get stage 3 of the Tauranga highway project, running into one of those projects. I think the network is so, fragile that we need to be very, very thoughtful of how we cope with all that. And I know the staff have thought a lot about that. When I look through what we haven't got funded, and if people haven't seen the agenda, it ranges from $100,000 projects through to the 81 million for Cameron Road stage 2, but there is 77.5 million of low cost, low risk, which is actually quite a significant chunk that wasn't funded, and that will have implications. And the other one is, for me, the public transport infrastructure. We've heard for the last, we've heard from 2016 through the whatever the Tauranga business case was that preceded the whole UFTI Tauranga transport system plan. Right from there, we've heard that we can't build our way out of congestion in the city, even if we wanted to. We've also heard increasingly over that time that public transport was going to be probably the key investment option to help to alleviate the congestion. We've heard clearly from staff and consultants that we cannot get rid of the congestion that's built up. With all the growth that's planned, we will get a lot more congestion. The only way to try to take the edge off it, if that's the right term, is to look at getting alternative modes. I don't think anyone realistically thinks that walking and cycling, based on other cities, will be a big enough portion to really make a huge difference. They're critically important in their own way, but I think the big game changer is public transport. It comes at a big cost. But when I look at what we've got funded for, and we've got about 25% of what the funding was last time, my comments at the time in the 2021 National Land Transport Plan were that we've got a pitifully small amount for a growing metro city whose transport plans have said explicitly that we're way behind the 8 ball on public transport infrastructure. And the only way to have a really good bus service is to actually have better public transport infrastructure. So we're sort of stuck in this, we didn't ask for enough money last time, now we're getting it, and we got less than we asked for. We didn't deliver much with it. Now we've asked for a bit less, we've got even less, and we're heading in completely the wrong direction. We need to be positioning ourselves somehow as one of the 5 major cities. Be realistic. We're not an international city. We're not going to have light rail up all the roads, but we need to actually put in place basic public transport infrastructure, which includes bus shelters, etc., which we've done some, but it needs to include good interchanges where needed, and it needs to include ways for buses to get priority at lights and other things which cost money, and we don't have the money there. And finally, I would say the big thing that a lot of people have pushed for is park and rides, and the regional councillors are strongly advocating for that. The previous government was not keen on park and rides, it seems. I understand this government talks the talk around it, but again, we didn't get funding for one park and ride, but there are plenty of opportunities there. If we don't do something different, we're going to be in a very bad position, I think, around transport. And I'm not saying everyone's going to jump on a bus. I'm saying we need to make that as attractive as possible to try to help with the number one issue in Tauranga. And at the moment, we are hundreds of millions short, ideally, but certainly many, many tens of millions short in this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. Councillor Taylor, do you want to speak or reserve?
Just very briefly, I agree with pretty much everything Glenn just said about the public transport system, the bus system. I think it has potential, but it has a lot of issues at the moment with actual performance that we can probably do better on over the years, but probably way short on the funding.
Any other comments? Councillor Morris?
Thank you. Yes, of course, we do rely on central government in terms of transportation funding significantly, not just state highways, but local roads as well. But I think we also need to acknowledge that our city is ringed with state highways and right through the middle as well. So there are interventions that we can do, of course, 15th Ave Turret Road, which is a local road, but our city and its future really depends upon state highway funding because we don't have control of those. And I'd hark back to the annual residence survey where the transportation and getting around was a significant issue for our residents. I think only 30%, there was only 30% satisfaction with that. And, I contrast that with some 70% satisfaction in terms of our facilities. I don't want to steal my thunder tomorrow, but looking at the capital program for the 24-25 year, the TCC delivered percentage of capital infrastructure spend on transport is only 22%, whereas 27% of our capital program is on the civic centre in the CBD. So that would be out of line, in my view, with the public's expectations of their needs. So I think we have to be careful not to blame ZTA funding or lack thereof when we need to look at our own budgets as well in terms of what we're delivering and where we've put our priorities. Obviously, we haven't put our priorities. Our priorities were set for us in the 24-25 year of the long-term plan. So that needs some serious consideration, but that's for the next agenda item.
Thank you. Anyone else like to talk? In that case, I put the motion that the council receives the report National Land Transport Program 2024 to 2027 release update. All those in favour say. Those against? I declare the motion carried. Next item on the agenda is update on the long-term plan high-level financials. We will go through this one and before we break for lunch. So we've got Paul Davidson, Chief Financial Officer, and Catherine Sharplin, Manager of Finance, will be speaking to the report.
Thank you. Just to introduce this paper, so following the earlier decision to not put it off for and get the funding program just outline, well as some updates to the balance of the capital program. This paper brings to council effectively an update of the long-term financials. Catherine and Tracy will run through in a little bit more detail, but it's fair to say that there is more expenditure on balance sheet now, together with the removal of not just the cost but the revenue associated with some of those NZTA programs has had impacts on our overall long-term plan numbers. The charts that we show in the table are effectively reflecting against our existing borrowing covenants, and as the council is aware, the local government funding agency are looking at potentially having bespoke covenants in place later in the year. We don't know a lot of the detail around what would come with that. We do know that the rating agencies have signalled a strong look at councils, and last Friday both Hamilton and Wellington were downgraded as part of the annual Standard & Poor's review, which ours is due out in October. So I think what I'll do, I'll hand over to Catherine and Tracy just to step through the changes that have been made and go from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. So what I thought I'd do is just quickly run through the report at a high level, just to remind us what was in there, and then Tracy and I will take a few minutes to explain each of the attachments. I know financial tables and things can look logical to us, but there's quite a bit more in there than you could always think, and then we can take any questions. So this LTP update has taken the LTP and made some very specific changes to it. So in many ways, it's like a worst case presentation of those recent changes, in that there's been no response factored in. So the increase in TCC debt with the IFF not being adopted is 151.5 million comes back on balance sheet. There's a loss of approximately 230 million of revenue from government capital subsidies, so that would include losing the IAF as well as the various NZTA assumed subsidies. Now, I just will flag that I mentioned in the report 33 million reduction on Tauranga Road. Just been informed that that's been revised down to about 27, but really the detail on the graphs, which we've also got on the screen behind you, is kind of marginal. So there were some other capital adjustments put through as well as those two big changes, and they relate to what has changed in the capital program since the LTP. So the LTP was adopted quite early. There were some council decisions made afterwards relating to airport development, some Bay Park master planning and marine precinct upgrades, which have moved slightly. And then there was inclusion of what we call carry forwards, which is projects budgeted for 23-24 that weren't completed are still sort of sitting undelivered. And so there's a process of rephasing and assessment that happens every year to say, well, how does the budget need to change as a result of those? And they're usually timing phasing changes. And so about 115 million of projects came in, but a similar amount moved out to later years. So all those changes have been made, and they are summarised at a very high level in attachment 1, and I'll take you through that later on. That's okay, and then we flowed those through the corporate planning model we have, and then rerun our debt to revenue changes. And on the screen up there is a summary, which is also in paragraph 21 of your report. So that sort of worst case adjustment is that the black line was the LTP debt to revenue ratios, and it just sat very close to our borrowing limits under the LTP, which are also the LGFA borrowing limits. If we were to do the whole capital program as amended, with the IFF back on balance sheet and a loss of all of that subsidy, if it proved to happen, then we would end up delivering what is the green line, which would put us well above our current borrowing limits, and probably also above any revised prudent borrowing limits. So as I say, it's a worst case scenario that just indicates there needs to be some decisions. The blue line is what would happen if we did not do the roading projects that did not receive subsidy. If we did not do those as we'd planned, we'd come down still above our current borrowing limit, but potentially below a borrowing limit if limits were able to be increased. We haven't made any changes to the assumptions from the LTP and revenue. But there is changes to the operational revenue that flows through. So when you don't deliver capital in that blue line situation, then you would have less interest. By stuff coming on balance sheet, then there's more interest paid, which flows through in our Model 2 rates. So Tracy will take you through an attachment 2, what she's summarised out of there. And just a final note before we go through the attachments is the last part of the report talks about credit ratings and the LGFA borrowing limits. And we have an attachment related to one option that's talked about, which is if water CCOs were to be created, that they would have capacity in themselves potentially to have higher borrowing limits than other core aspects of council, but that's subject to sort of commercial charging for those waters activities so that they appropriately covered their costs over time. Right, so I'll just go through attachment 1 very briefly, which is the capital summary capital program. So in the long-term plan, in the section that is financial strategy, we do set out in some detail the capital program by programs of work. And what we've done here is just summarise that into under the headings that are set out in the LTP, so revitalising the city centre, community facilities, transport system network upgrades, but then talked about what changes have been made that flow into that graph. So the first change that you'll see on that table is we have these in red. In the LTP program, we had what's called a capital delivery adjustment. And we've done that delivery adjustment probably for about 18 years every year. What it is we put together a capital program of all the projects that we believe the city needs, but our delivery has never been at 100%. We've worked over the last probably 5 or 6 years improving our delivery probably up to that 80% level. If we budgeted a whole capital program at 100%, we would end up charging rates for interest that we never had to pay, because we won't have borrowed that money if we haven't delivered the project. So that's the sort of philosophy behind capital delivery adjustments. You'll see in the table what we're doing is, while in the LTP they were being made, we're in the forecast graph, we actually took them out. And the reason we've taken them out is that our current forecasts for this financial year are that we will be delivering much closer to those budgets than we have in the past. And so we felt we'd like to pull that out. However, we have, just to make sure we sit under the limit, we're saying we'll set ourselves a target of actually managing that delivery to ensure that we deliver around 40 to 50 million less than the current forecasts. So if that makes sense. So we have some challenges there. Usually at this time of the year, when project managers are forecasting, they are very optimistic, and usually those forecasts will be brought back a bit. So part of the management is just assuring ourselves that happens. I'll pass on to Tracy Hughes now, who's our reporting and insights manager, who drives the corporate planning model and has produced the operational attachment 2.
Good afternoon. I'll just step you through this table, how it's compiled, mainly because this is a table that you'll see a lot. We produce this table for all of our planning documents, and we use it to reference through the process of annual and long-term planning. Excuse me. So this particular table shows the current year's budget as adopted through the LTP, and then the 10 years of the long-term plan reforecast for the significant changes that we've just been talking about. It also shows on the right-hand side the first 3 years of the LTP and the difference between where we sit now and what we had in the LTP. The capital program on the first couple of lines reflects the information that's in attachment 1. And net debt and debt revenues is the same as the information used for the green line, excuse me, in the graph that was in the body of the report. The rates income calculation has been adjusted for the consequential OPEX impacts, largely interest, resulting from the funding changes that we've just discussed. Depreciation is largely a timing impact and not particularly significant. No other changes to OPEX have been modelled, so it assumes that all other revenues that we had assumed in the LTP will still be there. The year-on-year rates increase is higher in the LTP because of the interest impacts of higher debt. However, when the assumed IFF levy removal is overlaid, as we did in the LTP, we included it, the overall impact is a reduction in 2026, which reflects no longer having an IFF charge, but a higher impact in 2027, which reflects the interest impacts hitting rates. Over the 10 years of the LTP, and including the impact of IFF, This revision shows a reduction in the total undifferentiated increase in rates from 176% to 171%.
Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi. I'm looking at page 123, paragraph 28, which talks about our credit rating being A+ and potential for a downgrade. I'm wanting to understand the relationship between credit ratings and the LGFA bespoke limit. So, for example, if we were in an A- situation, what would that look like in terms of the net debt to revenue ratio? What net debt to revenue ratio would drive us into an A- situation?
So what first thing I'd say is Standard & Poor's don't just look at the debt to revenue ratio. It's one of the factors that's indicated within that. It would be fair to say that with what we know and with what we've seen through the commentary that came from the Hamilton Standard & Poor's document in the last week is that we are, and the fact that they were on a negative watch even at A+, is that at the level that we are, we're close to that limit of all of the factors. In other words, around that 270 to 80% is where they would look to, potentially downgrade. It is, like I say, it's only one factor that's taken into account. There's liquidity and a whole lot of other things that are taken into account. But the number one thing they look at is the deficit after capital, of which I think they said Hamilton was at 36. We're not that high, but we are towards that level. So we're towards, we're close to the line.
Sorry, I'll just while we're on that, I've got a question similar, I guess, around 28. That's paragraph 28 on 123. And that is TCC is currently A+ with its updated credit rating to be announced over the next few weeks. A downgrade one notch A would place TCC on the lowest rating allowable for lending by LGFA. Now, I just wanted to clarify, is that correct, or is that meaning that we would then be, can we not borrow from them if we get downgraded, or is we just paying a higher margin?
Under the foundation policies for LGFA, which was what was set up when councils first established it, they agreed that an A rating would be the lowest rating accepted. It didn't define whether it was an A or an A-, and it is something that LGFA will be seeking through this AGM to make some changes to clarify that. If you were to interpret it technically, we could take that one step to A, but if you went down a further step to A-, you would not be able to borrow through LGFA. So the foundation covenants are clear, and at the moment they are. If you exceed borrowing limits, or if you in some other way fall outside one of those borrowing covenants, then you have to kind of pay it back over a period of time, quite a tight period of time, and refinance elsewhere. So it was set up to protect all councils and to make sure we keep prudent ratings. It's possibly a little bit inflexible in some ways, and they are looking at that. But yeah, that is a correct paragraph and just literal interpretation.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Morris.
I think that was useful. Following on from that, so did I hear you right in terms of the AGM where they're considering the bespoke arrangements that they'll look at what that minimum rating looks like? Because it'd be interesting to be in the situation where you, yes, you can borrow up to 350 or 500 for waters, but in doing so, it kicks you out of LGFA.
So the Waters 500 is based on it being a council guaranteed CCO, and they already lend to operational CCOs that have higher debt to revenue ratios. So that's actually not new. It's probably the scale of it that has to be thought about just in terms of their own credit kind of quality. But then the second aspect is the parent or the consolidated, if it's not a CCO, and how large that can be. And at the moment, it's limited. The AGM decisions are voted on by shareholding council, so that report will actually come to the Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee next month.
Just all indications with our conversations with LGFA is that there wouldn't be any worsening though to that position that it is now.
Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thanks for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, final question from me. What's our operating deficit for this year? What's the latest numbers on that?
The deficit that was reported at the last council meeting was 85 million. That's the difference between revenue and expenditure. That does take into account things where we've not funded some depreciation because of things like NZTA revenue, revaluations. It takes into account where we've using debt to fund some OPEX lines, where it's changed, for example, software as a service, which is a different product than what it was 5 years ago, effectively. Things like the Tauranga West, where it's not our asset, and therefore, but it's still a long-term benefit that has debt funding within there.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in the recommendations, you've made notes that we're to be aware, but in paragraph 20, you've stated quite clearly if borrowing limits could be breached unless action is undertaken to reduce capital expenditure and borrowing.
The next paper that will address effectively will work through annual plan and long-term plan processes effectively, which give us the ability then to look at capital programs in the future. But what we would bring back to council is what is the implications if we change that capital program, so you can make the decision as where you want to be within those borrowing limits, whether you want to look at those bespoke covenants or not. And most importantly, or very importantly, the affordability elements that come from if that debt level is at a higher level than where it currently is.
Yeah,
just based on that, about what you just said and what's currently in the agenda, wouldn't you suggest we're at that point now where we need to be making decisions of options or decisions need to be made to either cut projects, reduce OPEX, reduce CAPEX in some way to ensure that we stay under our borrowing limits?
So for the current financial year, we're forecasting that if all of the spend that is in the system at the moment was spent, we'd go 40 million over. History has shown that we won't, which is why we've had those capital adjustments in the past, and we'll continue to make sure that stays below that limit. So yes, we're close to that limit, but we're managing within on the current forecast that we've got. But we may need to look at changing certain projects as we move through this year to make sure we do stay within those limits.
Just for clarity, that's on the current limits.
That's correct.
Yes,
that's correct.
Yeah. I guess I've just got a couple of questions on the summary of capital program. There's not a lot of good news here. And I guess I'm quite surprised how significantly some of these budgets have changed in the 4 months since the LTP was approved. And interestingly, considering transport, should be the most affected. If you look at that capital program, it's actually very similar to the LTP. So just interested in kind of how in that 4 months we've got so far away from an LTP that was has only just been approved.
Big one will be around the carry forwards that have come through. Catherine, do you want to step through those or?
Yes, actually the biggest thing is that over those 2 years that you've shown here is that capital adjustment was 60 million in each year, and by taking it out, we've automatically moved up 130 million. The carry forward came in, but we moved out actually a similar amount. And then there were a couple of those approved spends which have added to the year. So the difference between 431 and 498, that's mainly because we've now including that capital adjustment in what we're forecasting. The 457 to 587 is basically the impact of that 2 years flowing. And over the 10 years, that increase of 130 is some of these other projects flowing through and just timing, excuse me. But what I would say about this year is that process needs to be really deliberate around the management, and we do have a monthly capital review that will look very deliberately at where we will release budget and where we may have to start to say, well, hang on, and we're calling that a stage gating process. So although we've put budget in for the full year, we have not released budget for the full year. So it's actively being managed, but it will, and we'll be coming back through the annual planning process, which really begins over the next month or so, to kind of explain that in the portfolio of all the capital program, because it's a very big program.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I have a few questions, but I'll ask the one relating to this first. I've heard Paul say that the 40 million was factored in when the final sort of analysis was undertaken around, will we breach our debt limit? I've heard you, Catherine, say that you're not factoring in, if I understand, in terms of the calculations. So I'm confused there, but I'm also interested in your rationale, because does it mean that we're going to deliver close to 100% of the project because of better delivery this year? Or does it mean we've seen we've got a 50 mil, I think, cost overrun so far? So does it mean that that's going to be eaten up by cost overruns, and that we're not going to deliver 100% of the projects, but we're going to deliver 100% of the costs because of cost overruns? And or is there some other factor? Because it seems like you're, to be frank, contradicting each other. And I'd like to get really clear, because it is critical, because you've just said it is the key factor.
So yes, you are correct. That was probably confusing of me. This table's taken the 60 out, but we actually then said, added the 60 back in. And so we actually said, no, make it 40, because we are not going to breach, it's not an option. So we did amend that. So you're right. And Paul's more correct than I am in that. But it's, as it's put in here, it's been added back in. The second question around the detail of those projects, a lot of that's been summarised for the presentation tomorrow. And I'm probably not the best person to speak to all that detail. Is there someone, Nick, or should we ask Susan to come in?
Yeah, we'll touch on that in the committee meeting tomorrow, but generally just in terms of overspend versus overspend on the project cost versus what's budgeted. There is an approval process for that, so it's not like a project sort of takes off and just ends up in an overspend without cost level adjustment that goes through an approval process, generally depending on the size of it, but in council. So there should be complete visibility of that.
Through the chair, just to be clear on that, that was the 50 mil is because there was a gap between the governance, was it? That normally that would have all been reported to council, so we could basically say, no, we don't want these costs to escalate?
I'm not, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, where there has, I believe in here it says that there's already been cost overruns this year. So that the main factors, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's that the capital adjustment is one factor, but the other is that there have been increased costs since the LTP.
So one, for instance, is so we have one particular project that's been going faster than we had anticipated. So we brought a significant amount forward. So that now affects the spending for this year. So that's one of the examples why it is being brought up.
I guess just to follow up through the chair, that the reason for my question around it is that I see we're so tight, like we've gone against recommended practice to start projects without funding. So we've literally started, we signed off a contract for the Civic Centre to Manawataki without funding. We've gone against best practice in terms of how close we get to our debt limit. And I'm wanting to get, hopefully, some confidence that between you, that you will be able to manage that without actually adversely impacting the projects, sort of the optimal delivery of those projects. And by that I mean, we've also been told in another briefing that if we muck around with projects and try to trim costs or change timeframes, there will be a huge cost to us to do that. So I see we're trapped between a rock and a hard place here, and I'm wanting to seek while I'm able to question you, like, are you able to explain at a practical level, like how you will manage that? Because on the one hand, you're taking out a bit of wriggle room, if you like, and then in another case, you're sort of saying, well, we have to keep that there to enable these projects to accelerate or to deal with changes to the projects. I just don't feel at all confident we can get to within that very tight limit.
Yeah, not all projects have been commenced for the year, and not all budget has been released. So what we can do is summarise for you over the next couple of weeks where that's at, which ones are being held, and how we see that flowing through to give you that confidence.
I just had a point of clarification on 121.14b. It just mentions 56 on the IAF. I've heard 68. I just clarifying why it's 56 and not 68 that we've been talking about.
Just confirming, I had 56 in.
I think 68 is.
There's more than one IAF, and the 56 will be the like this. We've worked very specifically with project data, so the projects that have been kind of said, well, that's a project that's not funded, will have had the 56 associated with it.
Yes, so Tauranga West is the 12 that takes it to 68. So 56. No.
No, it's fine.
Any other questions? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you can clarify that I've got the correct understanding. We've got on before number 8, the line before, where it talks about an additional 284 million operational projects of a capital nature were included. And then we've also got reference later on to, where is it? OPEX of a capital nature listed in the sort of appendix, was it appendix 2, I think. And then but there's also a debt retirement levy within the long-term plan as well, which scales up significantly in the second half. So the first half, neither here nor there, is on that. The second half is hugely significant. I'm just trying to get my head around the logic behind each of those things, and they seem to almost, I guess I'll let you explain it to us.
Yes, and I also will note that there is a paper again coming to accountability, performance and risk on it's kind of the balanced budget and the concepts of how we fund operational, what appears in your SOC or statement of comprehensive revenue expense as operating costs that we fund by loan. So I agree it's complicated and there's a whole lot of arms and legs. It probably won't satisfy you fully in this. When you get the presentations from, so when we did the LTP, we talk about 4.9 billion of capital. When you start to do the project monitoring, you'll find that at times it's talked about as 5.1, and that's because for that group of people, some of the work is like the digital program that we want to report in that way. So presenting those was really just to be as transparent as we can, and in that project monitoring committee you'll see both appearing. A completely different thing is rates funded debt retirement, and that has been focused primarily in the Three Waters activities. because the capital in Three Waters, the capital expenditure has been so high that actually even in the new world that's been talked about of water reform, where much higher debt could be taken on by those entities, Tauranga's waters entities would go above that, or very close to the limits, because it's such a large amount of expenditure, particularly because of growth and all the new infrastructure that's been needed for growth. So Tauranga is in a very tight position with waters. And so in the LTP, we kept the revenue for waters at about 10% per annum. I think there's been a lot of conversation that water, to meet the infrastructure needs, the communities will have to pay more for water than they have in the past. And so the LTP kept that average of 10% in there, but didn't have cost increases, operational cost increases for that. It was taking that, the balance, to help start pay down debt and also to start to catch up some of that depreciation reserves. So again, a lot of that detail we'll put into that report that's coming on the 8th. Apologies in advance because it will be quite complicated, but yes, in that waters area, if we didn't do that, then it would just really move up over that 500% debt to revenue.
Crowther.
Following up on that, I'd put in a request a little bit late for further information on the graphs on Appendix 3. I'm just wondering if, I know staff were hoping that this item would be after lunch to get a bit more time, but do you have any sort of ballpark answers to that?
We do have those, sorry, as you said, we thought they were after lunch, but we do have them here to distribute.
So the question from Councillor Crowther was around the original infrastructure strategy, or the draft didn't have water staying with council, it was going to a separate entity, and the infrastructure strategy identified a higher amount of capital spend in waters than came through into the draft LTP once we were all combined. And excuse me, we've produced, it's sort of slightly artificial, this graph, I will admit, because the world's moved on a little bit from what we're trying to do to answer the question. So the question was, if you spent that extra, it was about at 380 million over the 10 years. If you spent an extra 380 million on waters over the 10 years, which is what they'd indicated in the infrastructure strategy for the 10 years, how would it look? So the graphs that you've just been handed are Two Waters and Three Waters. If you spent the extra capital. So you'll see it breaches significantly in those early years. It's a little bit artificial because some of that's things like the treatment plant where capital's been slowed down anyway. And it would look worse if there wasn't the debt retirement in waters.
Following up on the follow-up, I guess I'm just interested, I was always interested in the use of the word necessary, and maybe it's a question for our GM of infrastructure that, you know, when I see necessary infrastructure or essential infrastructure, it has under the Act, you know, there's a certain weighting given to essential infrastructure. I see necessary and I think it's a synonym that we have, you know, when it implies to me that we really ought to be doing it. Can you maybe translate, given obviously huge implications, and for people who haven't got the graph in front of them, we're talking under Two Waters, for instance, in 2028, 664% debt revenue ratio. So we're obviously that's a huge issue if we had to do that sort of infrastructure. So do we know where we're at with whether it is necessary or whether that was just a loose use of the word necessary? And particularly, do we know in regards to local water done well, whether we might be facing a similar thing? Because I have heard from another council that they have discovered that it's highly likely they will need to step up the amount of infrastructure for precisely the same reason that we were looking to do so under the original Three Waters.
Well, I think there's an element of a trade-off or a balance here. So necessary infrastructure right now is pretty simple, but if you then take into consideration providing for growth, for instance, and keeping house prices down and other motivations that need to be incorporated in there, you need to make a trade-off, or council needs to make a trade-off as to how we balance that. Obviously those trade-offs have been made to influence necessary or otherwise, but ultimately necessary infrastructure is about being able to flush the toilet and the water coming out the tap, and we are running at absolute capacity on the wastewater, for instance. So the expansion of Tauranga and what we're doing there is a reflection of necessary infrastructure.
Be crystal clear that necessary means necessary, and it has implications like being able to flush toilets and things. So potentially, if we didn't invest in necessary infrastructure, we would be nowhere near where they are, but going down the path that Wellington City Council took.
But through the chair, I think one of the things to recognise in there is how much growth you can actually build in, and a lot of that additional infrastructure will mean that some of the growth areas will not be able to proceed at potentially the relevant pace. So it's not necessarily what I call business as usual, effectively an existing level of service. It's very much in that growth expenditure.
And I'll just add to that, that we're constantly re-looking at the timing of that growth when it's ready to come on stream, because we do need to have the plan changes, all the technical work completed, the plan changes in place. We need a more enabling RMA environment, which is what the current government is working on. We need a more enabling funding and financing environment for that talk to happen. So there's a series of things that are happening at a national level that would mean that you can proceed growth sooner rather than later. And then you need the infrastructure in place. If those things don't happen, you won't be able to pull the whole jigsaw together. I think one of the induction sessions, we showed you the Jenga and said all of these pieces of the puzzle need to come together. And at the moment, they don't come together. And one of the decisions the previous council made through the LTP is they're not likely to come together. So we don't need to put all of that infrastructure in place. That was not the only reason why some expenditure moved, but it was one of the reasons some of the growth expenditure was pushed out. Well, can I just answer to that previous question about the IAF funding, if you're okay, through the chair? So the question was around the 68 million. The 68 million is split into two parts. 56 is Cameron Road, and there's 12 million that relate to two other projects in the Te Papa corridor. One is Cameron Road Connections, which are the roading linkages that come on to Cameron, so the transport connections, and the other one was the Chadwick Water Main project, which formed part of the overall package. So we're looking at what parts, which is the remediation plan I spoke about further, even if Cameron Road doesn't proceed in its current form, which parts of the package might still be able to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. So if that's all questions, thank you very much, staff. We'll move on. And I guess just a comment is I don't think we're particularly. Oh, sorry, one more.
Yeah, I'm interested in the staff response around the capital expenditure program. So it's not really a change, but just what was in the original long-term plan. I'm wanting to understand whether there is a sort of technical or staff-driven reason for the relatively low increase in capital expenditure and debt in the second half of the plan, or whether there is a political reality that had to be factored into that decision.
In every LTP I've ever been around, capital it seems to grow for about 4 years and then it just plummets. And I always call it the lack of imagination, or what's going to happen in the last 6 years. And so it's very hard. I mean, councils try and they're required to look at long-term needs. And that's why you do an infrastructure strategy. It's actually really hard for people to fill it up because they're not quite sure of what's happening.
I could possibly make some suggestions, but I won't at the moment.
Yes, I think just a final comment before we put the motion is, we need to sort out some of these financials. And yeah, it's pretty disappointing to see how much things have deteriorated in the space of 4 months. Obviously, from a project perspective, I think we need to kind of go through each project and kind of figure out what we can and can't do over the next little while, taking into the prudent financial position that we're in. So, yeah, and now I would just like to move the motion. And sorry, we've got an alternative motion from Martin.
Excuse me, Mayor, I've got an alternative motion I'd like to table, please.
Yep. Okay, we might just ask Martin to speak to this.
Thank you, Mayor. This goes along to the line that's in paragraph 20 of the agenda, where if we don't do something shortly, we're going to be pushed to or over the current borrowing limits. And I'm requesting that the council get some reports on what can we actually cut to put us back under those limits, options around savings that can be made both to CapEx and to OpEx in the short term, this year and also next year, to ensure that we stay under our current borrowing limits, given the decisions that we're going to have to make in the very near future around Three Waters.
Yeah, I guess just to mention that I think we made a decision around bringing Te Manawataki, for example, back onto balance sheet, which is not an insignificant amount. So I think staying within the 280, potentially is asking a lot. But I guess we could ask to stay within the 280 in consideration, like whatever the 280 plus that sort of looks like. I think there's some work in the background as well going on around this. So there's probably, I agree, I guess overall with the with your sort of direction. But what we might do is just break for lunch while because we're due lunch now. So if we came back at 2:00, and we can continue to discuss this. Thank you. Sorry, I'll just put that we adjourn the meeting till 2:00. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Baker, seconded by Taylor. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, we'll break till 2. Thank you. Sorry. Kia ora and welcome back. So I might just hand over to Marty to discuss the resolution and the work that's happening in the background.
Thank you, Worship. I think the first thing that I'd like to pick up on is the fact that Councillor Roseboom said that we needed to act now, and I'd completely agree with that statement, that the changes that we've experienced certainly over the last 3 months in what was the planned long-term plan, the printed long-term plan, has meant that we can't just continue to box on as if nothing has changed. I think what we've seen is the decision to use LGFA instead of IFF obviously has a big impact. The recent announcements by NZTA certainly have an impact on what our program is going to be as opposed to what it was planned. And so on that basis, resetting our operational and capital program for this year is something that as staff we think we need to work with council in the very, very short term to achieve, and obviously understand what the impacts are and the decisions and the prioritisation, how that flows into the annual plan for the following year. And so working with Paul and Christine, we've got some resolutions which I think will meet your needs. And Paul, I'm not sure whether you want to...
Just to add to that, through the chair, is so the resolutions we've put together are based on effectively exactly as the Chief Executive says, to reforecast the current year for changes that have occurred. It then seeks to take those changes and any additional changes that council may wish to do through the annual plan process into the 25-26 year, and then recognise that they will also then flow through into the balance of the long-term plan, particularly once we have more certainty around the impacts of what a water entity might be as part of that process. So that's how the resolutions have been staged.
And finally, we're talking about operational and capital budgets.
Has everyone had an opportunity to read that? So Martin, I guess you putting a resolution, are you comfortable with this resolution or?
It's not quite what I had in mind, but it does achieve the objectives I was looking for, that we actually start now and review this current financial year in relation to OPEX, and we do a complete deep dive on next year financials in relation to CapEx and OPEX. So it kind of meets that need of what I was trying to achieve.
Are you comfortable putting this? Or?
I am comfortable putting that, yes.
Okay, have we got a seconder? Councillor Baker. All right, in that case, we have a motion on the table. So I would now like to open up to discussion and debate. Martin, would you like to start?
I just basically want to say that just further from what I've already said today, based on what's written in paragraph 20 around if we don't do something now, we're at risk of exceeding our borrowing limits as they stand right now, based on what we have in front of us right now. I think this goes some way to giving us a better understanding of our current operational expenses for this current financial year, and allows us to review next year before we actually get there in relation to proposed long-term plan capital expenditure and the OPEX that's going to be imposed upon us as a result of that capital expenditure. So yeah, that's it.
Councillor Baker, any Other comments? Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mover and Seconder for bringing this to the table alongside the expertise that helped draft it up. I do support the resolution as written. It is entirely right and proper and appropriate that we should consider both the OPEX and CAPEX for the remainder of the year for a couple of reasons. One, harking back to what the Chief Executive has said, essentially the world has changed in the last few months in terms of some decisions that have hit this table. Obviously, the governance has changed. It's appropriate to look at this with a clear head and with good information.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Mayor. I prefer the original motion myself. I mean, I'm happy to support this if there's no alternative, but I guess it strikes me that it's kind of like a weasel words version of it, which is not committing to actually reduce expenditure. And I think most of us, after seeing the financials and hearing the discussion, are in the space we need to see a commitment to do that sooner rather than later. And I'm concerned that we sort of keep playing for time with every decision. Meanwhile, the costs go up. And I suppose I don't quite see the logic in we're not talking about making a decision about reducing costs. We're talking about getting shown things that clearly will reduce OPEX this year, OPEX in future years, and CAPEX in all years, I presume, but mainly future years. And the aim, as I understood it from, if I interpreted Councillor Rosaboom's proposed motion, was to put in some specifics around where CAPEX could be cut, not with a view to committing to cut those projects, but to try to get an understanding, because it's being talked about widely in the community. Most people who know anything about the CAPEX program know where the money's going. And the three projects mentioned, for various reasons, have been talked about publicly and around the council table as being significant issues. And it highlighted the need for councillors to get an understanding of what would happen if those were taken out, not just from a CAPEX program, but from an OPEX program as well, because that's where we don't have the visibility. And I think I'm concerned that we're going to, go through the motion of the motion, and then we'll get to the same point a month later where we instruct staff to actually bring back details around how to actually cut the costs. And I guess I fail to understand why we're not just biting the bullet and doing that now, given what we have just seen in the agenda for this meeting.
Marty.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yes, so it would be our intention that on the 29th of October that council would make decisions about a recast budget, certainly for this financial year. Then the appropriate time for decisions for the year after would be through an annual plan process. So they would be hard decisions that would be made by council, certainly in relation to the first 2 years of the current long-term plan. Projects that are further out, obviously, are probably more appropriately dealt with through an LTPA or a long-term plan as opposed to an annual plan process. So there would be decisions on the 29th that would essentially provide a recast budget that would provide the guide rails, certainly, and the disciplines that we need, certainly, for the next 9 months.
Councillor Kura, yeah.
Thank you, Marty. So looking at these resolutions and what was initially proposed by Councillor Rosenboom, this does not water down or remove the punch that I thought Councillor Rosenboom's resolutions had, and that's why I probably shared the view expressed by Councillor Crowther. So you're comfortable the intent of the original resolutions presented by Councillor Rosenboom will be achieved through adopting these resolutions?
Absolutely, they will be. Certainly in terms of the first 2 years of the current long-term plan, they will introduce a process and some disciplines that we believe can achieve the outcomes that you want. Projects that might be out towards the end of the long-term plan that arguably don't have any financial impact over the first 2 years can be dealt with through an LTPA or LTP process. That's what we're proposing.
I think just for a bit of background, you know, as I sort of alluded to before the break, is, you know, a lot of this work is already been going on, and the reason for that is after seeing the financials at the Accountability and Performance Committee, I've given a directive to Marty and Paul that we start to look at particularly operational savings, because running a $85 million deficit in my mind is unacceptable, and we need a pathway back to breaking even again, at least from our operations. So that has been communicated, and so hopefully that work is partly underway, and we'll obviously work into this. And I also support this resolution because I agree that you know, we need to get on and make some pretty big decisions to ensure that you know, we are in a good place going forward. And you know, very much which we may get onto with the LTP discussion coming up is, you know, we have to be able to pay for our everyday living, and we can't afford to borrow for that, so that we can, you know, I have no issue about borrowing for capital projects if we're you know, effectively growing or increasing amenities, but I do have a big problem with borrowing to support everyday living, which is very much borrowing on the credit card. So I also support this motion and look forward to the coming months where we can have some input into where we're going as a council, and hopefully saving our ratepayers some money over the long term. So I believe that ends the discussion. Therefore, I now put the motion to the council that we receive the report update on long-term plan high-level financials. Notes that the revised financials incorporating the impact of recent Te Manawa Take o Te Papa and transport funding decisions show an increase in debt to revenue ratio above 280% from 2025-26 based on delivery of the full capital program in the long-term plan. Request staff to, for the 2024-2025 financial year, arrange a council workshop in early October to discuss the current 2024-2025 capital and operational budgets and its priorities prior to updating projects for council's decision and to model operational impacts. Following the workshop, present to council on the 29th of October the reforecast capital and operational budgets and implications, together with options for council decision. For 2025-26 year, through the annual plan process, model changes from 2024-25 operational capital budgets that flow through to the annual plan process for the 25-26 years. Present further options for 25-26 operational capital and revenue budgets. For the later years of the long-term plan, model changes to operational and capital budgets that flow from the 24-25 and subsequent annual plan through to the later years of the LTP, noting that these will be addressed at a later time, including the impacts of any changes to water delivery models. Notes that the implications on projects and community outcomes will be presented as part of these options. I now ask all those in favour to, and those against. I declare that motion carried. We now move on to another topic, which is probably quite topical as to what we've just spoken about. 11.9 long-term plan amendment process.
So through the chair, I'll speak to this. So you had asked us to prepare a report of issues and options, but it was difficult to do issues and options, and we didn't have any direction on what you might want to look at. So it's more around the legislative timeframes, content and considerations that you might want to take into account when you're looking at an LTPA or an annual plan. So I'll probably just pick up on the key points, taking the most of the report as read. So you've just spoken about all the implications from the Te Manawa and NZTA decisions and those impacts that they have, which mean that we do need to make some amendments. Generally, if you do a comprehensive LTP or an LTPA, you're at least 18-month process to do that. It's a major exercise. You're not statutorily required to do an LTP. If you have changes like the circumstances that you've currently got, there's only 2 legal reasons why you must do an LTPA. That is if you significantly alter the intended level of service or you want to do that, or you transfer ownership or control of a strategic asset. And a strategic asset is set down in your significance and engagement policy, and it does include 3 waters. If you were to transfer the whole of a network to a CCO, for example, that would trigger an LTPA, but that decision won't be coming to you till Christmas and you won't have made your decision on that until then. But you could just do that as a limited scope LTPA. The process for amending a long-term plan, normally there would be some sort of a trigger. It would either be yourselves saying you want to change it. It would be the statutory requirement for some of those reasons that trigger those 2, Section 97. So normally what we would do is we would create a scope of what would be in the LTPA based on your direction, and then we would look at what the consequences are from a legislative perspective. Do we need to change revenue and financing policies or any other policies set in legislation? You'd do quite an exercise on working through workshops and other decisions. You'd make your calls. You then go out for consultation, 4-week public consultation process, hearings and deliberations. The consultation document and the final document both have to be audited, so there's quite a time process involved with that, and a cost, and then you'd formally adopt at the end of that whole process. When you're doing an LTPA, it doesn't relinquish the need to do it in your plan, so you'd have to do both an annual plan and an LTPA in tandem. And you need to make sure that they're aligned. And so you'd probably be going out to the community with both at the same time. And bear in mind that we're also likely to be having a consultation, or there will be under statute, a consultation on the waters done well. So it's quite a lot that'll be out there for the community if you're doing an LTPA, comprehensive annual plan, local waters done well. What does that look like? That's quite a package of work that will drive across the business and for the community. So in paragraph 38, I've tried to just summarise there for you the different processes under the different timeframes in that table. So you have a statutory requirement for 25-26 and 26-27 to do an annual plan. Statutorily, you must consult on the water services plan, and that must be done and complete and submitted to the DIA by the 3rd of September 2025. If your decision is to transfer the assets to a CCO for waters, then you are needing to do an LTPA and it needs to be audited. And we're just checking the legislation is not very clear, but it appears you might not need to consult that if you're consulting separately for local waters done well. And that's a point we understand the lawyers are just looking at the moment. And if you move to the page 135, an LTPA is optional unless you trigger the statutory requirements, but it must be audited if you do it, and you are only doing an LTP every 3 years, so your next LTP will be for the 10-year period 2027 to 2037. And in paragraph 39, we've given you a bit of an indication on what the timeline would be for that June 27, so the 27 to 37 year timeframe. Normally we would stand that project up about mid next year, and start getting direction from you the following year once you've sort of done the annual plan. So it sort of shows you what's involved with an exercise of that sort of scale. So Paul and I can probably answer any questions on process and around annual plan and LTP.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. The first question is, you mentioned 1.5 years to sort of go through that whole process, I presume ideally, you also mentioned that we could do a limited scope LTPA, and you seem to be recommending that, if I understood correctly, for the waters reform, because we wouldn't know whether or not we need to do that until just before Christmas at the earliest. So far, am I correct?
Yes, but because the waters doesn't need to be done to the 3rd of September, you could do it after you've done the annual plan, so they don't need to be run in parallel. So there's a question about timing that you need to think about.
Sure. So, but given that, which is that we wouldn't have 1.5 years, I noticed the way it worked with the commissioners is they signed off the 2021 LTP and then they did a 2022 LTPA. They didn't, from external eyes, there was no indication that would have been decided the moment they arrived as commissioners on the council. So again, the lead up was a lot shorter than that optimal time. I guess, given that, I'm trying to still understand, and I'll go back to Councillor Rosenbaum's initial motion where he mentioned some projects which may or may not wish to be changed or removed from a plan or kept in the plan. So I think some of us are still trying to understand at what point, given that those projects are not, especially in the current situation, are not likely to progress in the current 3-year period, what are the implications in terms of taking them out of the long-term plan without an LTPA? And the reason I ask is because we have two options, really. We can actually make decisions and defer those bigger picture decisions till later. So make sort of shorter term decisions, or we can actually do all the trade-offs up front. And the whole point of an LTP is to do the trade-offs explicitly in conjunction with community consultation and up front. So I'm trying to understand if the aim, as I think it is, around the council is to be transparent, accountable to our community, all this sort of stuff, and we want to make these decisions factoring everything in. Can we do that in an annual plan and change things later in the long-term plan period?
Oh, there was a whole lot of different questions in there, so I'll just work through them separately. So you can do a limited scope LTP, doesn't need that 18 months. And so when the commission did a LTP and then an LTPA, the LTPA was limited scope to some particular things. It wasn't really looking at the entire 10-year, $5 billion capital program. So what we're saying here is if you want to do a limited scope LTP, and you're clear about that limited scope and it's not this limited, it's this limited, then you can do it in a shorter time frame. So it really is about what's included in that and what's excluded. You need to be quite explicit about that upfront, so you could do that. If you want to, so those 3 projects that were being talked about before, just using those for an example, for no other reason there. So you could do a couple of things. So you could say, we're not going to spend any, or we're going to significantly reduce the scale of investment in the next 2 years of our, so this current year and 5, 6 through our annual plan, but leave them in the LTP. That's not an amendment to the LTP, but you're not spending much money on them, so you're not using ratepayer money, and you're sending a really clear signal, and you don't have to do an LTPA, and you can pick it up because you will be the council in place that does the next LTP, and then you can look at that on balance everything else. So that's one option. Or you could include it in a limited scope LTPA, but the problem with that is you're not looking at your whole program on balance, and so you're only pulling out particular projects and making decisions about investment or not investment without seeing the overall total program of community amenity, water, transport, wastewater investment. And so so that is the other call, but it's the other way of doing it. But that is the consequence, is you're not seeing the overall picture. So there are two pathways that are both valid that you could take. So I suppose our advice is we don't think you can do a 10-year full-scale LTP given we're nearly in October. alongside an annual plan, that's just not possible in the timelines. You're better to do an annual plan and then do an LTP afterwards, or you do a limited scope LTPA where you identify particular areas. Obviously, water will be one. There might be, I don't know, 3 or 4 other things that you go, we really want to address those now and deal with those, and then pick the rest up either through the LTP or another LTPA before you do the next LTP. Does that answer all the questions I think you had?
That was awesome. Just one quick follow-up was, would it be correct to suggest that the Commissioner's LTPA was primarily about adding one major component of a project and maybe adding into the plan, as opposed to taking significant things out of a plan? Is that potentially an explanation?
Going from memory, but it was about the Te Manawataki and the IFF levy was the LTPA from memory.
You need to remember they were appointed. I think they physically didn't start in the building till February. The previous council had made a whole series of LTP decisions and they had a statutory requirement to adopt by the end of June. So they said, we'll do it and we do our best, and there will be some things we want to reconsider. And then they heard a whole lot through submissions and they made some decisions about what they wanted to revisit. So that's the context that they were operating with.
But perhaps through you, Your Worship, I could add to that as well, because there will be gateway opportunities in relation to those projects that were referred to in the previous paper. So it's anticipated at this stage that we would be bringing a report to council in February next year in relation to Memorial Park. At that stage, we'll have further developed concept designs and cost estimates, understanding the technical nature of various aspects of that project, and then that'll be a decision that council will need to make at that point, whether to proceed or not to proceed. And likewise, the Cameron Road Stage 2, we're anticipating that going to the board of NZTA in March next year, which then, depending on that decision, would require it to come back to council to then again make a decision as to whether or not we proceed or not proceed with both of those projects. Of course, the other project referred to is towards the back end of the LTP anyway, and I don't believe we're incurring any costs, certainly over the next 2 years or 3 years on that project.
Could you just give us a bit of a context of, how a full LTPA, sort of how big a piece of work that is from both elected members and from staff?
Christine can add to, but the 18-month process refers to a normal LTP, which is sort of starting off with your analysis of strategy and finance policies, etc., etc. The thing that I would add that in addition, an LTPA actually is 3 documents. You have the original LTP, you have the movements from the LTP, and then you have your long-term plan amendment. All of the latter 2, the first has already been audited, the latter 2 are audited as well. So it becomes actually a bigger piece of work to do an LTPA full document than just an LTP, because you have to audit the movement as well.
And I think the other thing that can't be underestimated is that we have a new council who don't have a lot of history in terms of a lot of information. So we need to provide you with sufficient information on all of those issues so that you can make some informed calls. Transferring that to you is actually quite a big exercise, because you're making decisions across the entire capital portfolio and operational portfolio of council's business. So that's not a simple exercise, and it takes time to do that, and for you to have enough information that you're confident about what you want to do. So I would say that. Just one point too, somebody just sent me a message to clarify when I talked about the commission had a statutory deadline for their LTP of June. They actually breached it and they did it in July, with advising the minister that they couldn't fit it in the timelines. So they were a month late.
Through the chair, what I would, if it helps too, through the annual plan process, we can certainly give you the projects for the long-term plan. So you can, for example, consider, even though if you were focused on the annual plan year, if there was a project in years 4 or 5 that you wanted to bring forward or push something out, you can do that as part of the annual plan process. So we can certainly bring that as well.
Anyone else got any questions? In that case, I thank the staff for the input. And I now ask if we can have a mover and a seconder for the recommended motion. Move Councillor Roseboom, seconder by Councillor Taylor. I now open the discussion. Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what I've said earlier today. We're at a point now where things have to start to move and we need to have these discussions now. We can't put them off. So a lot of what's in this portion, 11, will be picked up by my previous recommendations and it'll all be discussed at the same time. So that's all I have to say.
Taylor, any other comments or discussion? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I guess I sort of don't see any downsides for an LTPA apart from the ability of the organisation to cope with it. And what I'm hearing is that that could be a significant limitation. The last comment from Paul, I think, was somewhat reassuring that, if I understand that correctly, we're not limited in the scope of our decision-making by not having an LTPA, that we can still change things in later years. I think if we don't, I think we're going to dig ourselves a big hole. By comparison, Hamilton City Council, which is obviously a bigger city than Tauranga, has about 300 million less debt. Its net debt is forecast to be 800 million less by 2034. I mean, it's got OPEX of about 6% less than Tauranga. CapEx is 12% less. So it is operating, you know, sort of a little bit less scale. But its rates take us currently 30 million less than Tauranga, but will end up about the same as Tauranga by 2034. It'll actually be 16 million a year higher than Tauranga at the halfway mark. What that points to me, having followed some of the discussions in Hamilton, is that they have grasped they are in a very tricky financial situation. And they have decided explicitly to factor in larger rates increases than Tauranga to create bigger surpluses to pay down the debt, because they know they need to have, in their words, the ability to handle unexpected events. And I wouldn't like to sort of bet that we won't have something in the next decade. So I think my concern about all this is that we are operating so close to the line, irrespective of whether we have an increase in the debt revenue ratios. If we don't have an increase in those ratios, we are in an absolutely dire position. But when I look at just looking at what has happened since the commissioners were here, the net debt has roughly doubled from when they arrived. And we've just found out that the 2034 net debt, including IFF, so comparing like with like, is 339 million more than when they signed off their plan. So it'll be $3.3 billion by June 2034. That's nearly 6 times what it was when they arrived. And to me, that's sort of the slightly bad news. The really bad news is that by the end of the 28-29 financial year, when we will end our term on council, and with the current trajectory may not come back on again, is that net debt is forecast to be $2.9 billion, including the IFF. That's 382 million higher than projected just a short time ago. It means a 5-fold increase from when the commissioners arrived to 8 years later. I don't know if people in the city are grasping the situation we're in. If you read articles, Standard & Poor's mentioned Tauranga first in a list of New Zealand cities or city councils, when they were talking about the number of New Zealand councils who are amongst the most indebted in the world, according to their report. It is an unsustainable plan. It's an unaffordable plan. The implications to me are most significant on people who are on low incomes, who are on fixed incomes, and who are already struggling in some cases. And I would need to be reassured that we are making significant cuts in some areas, because the worst news is not what I've just said. The worst news is that we've been told we need to factor in significant capital investment to fund growth under the new government's requirements. So we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars more, almost certainly needed, to be put into this plan, which is already going to end up with 3.3 billion. And if the increase keeps going at the current rate, we'll be up to goodness knows what. If the increase over 4 months is another 339, I mean, we're talking every year we're going to get $1 billion on top. I don't know, but it scares me to see the scale of what we're talking about. And I think we need a very informed conversation with the people of Tauranga, because a lot of them pick up on it. A lot of them, to be honest, were more accurate in what they were saying to me in the election campaign than a number of the candidates. And I'm excusing everyone in this room. But, you know, I think we need to really go out and have an honest discussion, because we are in a very, very bad situation. And unless we do something differently, we're just going to get worse and worse. And the saddest thing is that we're not even delivering what people want. We're not delivering the transport projects people want. We're not delivering the types of amenity that a lot of people are wanting. And I'm not talking about international exhibition centres. I'm talking about the everyday facilities like Utamotai Pool, where people go there every day of the week. Local people go and use a local facility, and we're told there's no money in this plan to even do anything for that facility. So I think we're in an atrociously bad situation. I don't know what words to use. It's as bad as I could imagine. And I imagined it was going to be bad, but it's actually worse.
Councillor Kura.
Yes, it certainly isn't a situation where we're at capacity. We are actually over capacity. The capacity of our community to pay, we've exceeded that. And I think largely the reason why we got to this point is the lack of awareness in the community. We go through consultation processes, but the community don't actually understand what it all means. And I think in looking at the final LTP long-term plan document, it doesn't say anywhere in the document about what people's rates will be in 10 years' time in terms of their property. So it's very difficult for people to grasp the whole context of the financial discussion. But there's some, you know, informed people, and that's where we're at. We're an elected group, and we feel the tension that our community's at already, let alone in 10 years' time or in 3 years' time. And so I'm certainly up for the discussion and process to try and readdress some of this 10-year budget. And this morning, actually, in the Herald, when I shared this story with my members, the Wellington Council are very transparent in terms of looking forward. If you look at the TCC website, you can go to what's it called, the property search page, and enter your property details, and it'll tell you the historical rates, and it'll tell you the current rates, but it doesn't tell you anything about the forecast and upcoming rates burden on your property. But Wellington actually provide a 3-year forecast in terms of their budgets and their databases. They hook that up to that sort of same property page, and you can see what the future rate is, and it's not pretty. And they will hear from their community in terms of their feedback to their politicians about where they would prefer to be, and not basically find out down the track when they get their next rates bill. So I'm proposing a resolution to do what Wellington are doing in terms of providing a place that you can go to on their website and punch in your address and see what the upcoming rate demands will be. So if I can ask the committee secretary, I've just emailed you a suggested resolution, and that is to basically for TCC to introduce such a a tool for our ratepayers to look at what our budgets mean in terms of real impact on their property. I'll read it while we're waiting. So it's asking for TCC to introduce a dedicated Your Rates webpage that's based on the currently available property search webpage and add features to include rates forecasts based on each year of the LTP projections and including the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's rates and volumetric water rates based on the previous year's water consumption of that property. Because currently, if you go onto the property search webpage and you can see your details and your rates requirement and the historical rates, but to find out what the regional council rate is, you've got to click on the link to actually do that. So to spare that and having the total rates of that property, that would be incorporated onto that page. I'm sure the regional council would be quite happy to share that, and it itself could, introduce a similar page into their website to see what the TCC rate is on each property as well. So we work together in terms of being transparent to our community. So we're still struggling to get that up on there. I emailed to Coral. So, if perhaps people listening or out there want to have a look at this on today's New Zealand Herald webpage, and if they type in Wellington, what's the story about? Rates or something, and you can read the story about what they're achieved there in terms of that transparency. So it's up on the screen there. It's probably not create, but introduce a dedicated Your Rates webpage. If we can change that first word, please, to introduce. Thank you.
Have we got any comment from staff as to how achievable this is and what sort of cost it may come at?
Short answer is no, we would have to look into it. Currently, as Councillor Currick says, we have it for the 1 year. We would have to do system and programming work to make any change. And currently we don't have access to Bay of Plenty numbers to include within there. So if we could change the resolution to reflect that we could bring something back to look at something. We also, the thing I would say is that we can include things like so for each quartile, for example, of each ratepayer group, what their annual increases would be, but it doesn't go down to the extent of an actual physical ratepayer, bearing in mind that there'll be valuations through that period as well that will impact on those charges. So that we certainly can do the overall percentages, but not at a ratepayer level.
Correct. Well, this morning I went, that story provided a link to the Wellington webpage that I talked of, and you can go onto the property there and find out exactly this detail for the next 3 years. So if Wellington can do it, so we can do it, it's just a matter of doing it.
Yeah, I think what he's saying though is there's a lot of assumptions. So the Wellington will be a projection, not, you won't be able to hold Wellington that this is the rates for the next 3 years.
Exactly that. The projection. The projections based on their 10-year plan.
Through the chair, and Jim may make comment, but I'm not sure what system Wellington use. The fact that they can do it in their system may not mean that we can do it in ours. So we just need to understand that.
In that case, can I just change the word introduce to investigate? Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible that you take current rates and then project them out by the increases in the LTP. That seems quite simple. It's just we've got to make people aware that it's an assumption, not a given. So obviously, have we got a seconder that supports this amendment? Councillor Crowther. Is there any further discussion on that? Councillor Crowther? Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment?
Seconder happy just to accommodate it into the.
Yeah, if we go back to Roseboom and Taylor, are you prepared to take that in? Yeah, okay, if they're happy, then that amendment will come into the original motion. Have we got any further discussion on this? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
I'm presuming that when they come back with the investigation, you'll give us some idea of the cost of upgrading the, yeah.
And sorry, yeah, so I guess any more on this LTPA, any other discussion? I'll just give my views. Yeah, I think overall, with what we've discussed today and what we've heard, we should be focused more on the next couple of years and that annual plan. And the reason I say that is what we can control. Whenever you forecast out 10 years, there's going to be a huge amount of inaccuracies, and it's why you don't see companies, for example, having a 10-year budget. Because you're making so many assumptions and so many guesses. In saying that, I absolutely agree that we need to do it, but I don't think an LTPA without doing a full-blown LTPA is a worthwhile exercise. Because if we're only going to take some projects out or put some in, then as we've heard, we're not going to actually look at that whole 10 years and how that affects and what we're going to do. So if that's the case, then we're better just to focus on what we can control over the next few years and make sure we absolutely nail that 2027 LTP. I guess that's something though that we can discuss over the coming months, and obviously as a council we probably do need to do some work on kind of some of those projects that we potentially don't want to deliver in the light of the financial situation that we find ourselves in. So that is very much, I guess, my views on it. That I agree that we need to make a lot of changes, but in the most case that can be done through the annual plan process. And I think getting under control the operational spending and then prioritising those capital projects will have a big impact on where we go. And I guess up until this point we haven't had any control, but from here on we can have control as to where we go and where the finances take us. And I would love to see this council be able to deliver on some of our promises around that value for money and making sure that we do limit those rate increases to as small amount as possible. And obviously it is going to be important as well around the community and I guess getting our plan out to them and consulting on some of those things going forward as to what we can and should be delivering for them. So yeah, that's my comments. I go back to our seconder and mover if they have any further comments.
No, I'm just like to say I'd like to support Rick's addition to the motion. Yeah, this is something we need to look at. Something we all learnt during the campaign was that the general understanding in the Tauranga people, the understanding of impact on rates or impact on council spending had on their rates. We need to do more to inform the people of what our decisions around this table can have on their pocket.
Thank you. Now that we have finished the debate, I will now put the recommendation that the council receives a report long-term plan amendment process, notes that a long-term plan amendment may be required due to changes to the water delivery models depending on the preferred model selected by council after having considered the business case, notes that other changes to the 25-26 financial year may be undertaken through the annual plan process, investigates a dedicated Your Rates webpage based on the currently available property search webpage and add features to include rate forecasts based on each year of LTP projections, including Bay of Plenty regional council rates and volumetric water rates based on previous year's water consumption. I ask all those in favour say, those against. That motion is carried. We now move on to 11.10, leave of absence. And I believe Christine Jones, General Manager, Strategy, Growth and Governance, will be speaking to the report. Oh, sorry, Coral here will speak to the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read. As you know, the council granted a leave of absence for Councillor Sydney, but did not stipulate whether it was paid or unpaid. And further investigation of who makes that decision, we did get some legal advice on that. And just in the absence of delegations specifically to the Mayor, or a policy stipulating how you would go about remunerating councillors or elected members with an extended leave of absence. The advice is that it has to come back to the council for a decision. So I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Have we had any indication of the leave of absence policy of other councils around New Zealand as to their stance on remuneration during leaves of absence?
I've had a look at some of the other metro councils and their elected members' expenses and resources policies, and there is none in that I can see in there. Having spoken to the Remuneration Authority people, they are now looking at putting some guidance out about leave of absence because they have received inquiries around that. So that's a piece of work that they will be doing. But no, I haven't come across any. It's not to say that there isn't, I just haven't come across any with the larger metros.
Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Coral. So from what I understand, we're the first council to experience what we're currently experiencing right now in New Zealand, where an elected member has been elected, got ill, unable to take up his position, and we're making a decision based on a first, for want of a word.
That's my understanding from talking to the Remuneration Authority. It is a very specific set of circumstances that they haven't come across before.
Councillor Roseboom.
But on that, we're actually setting a precedent for the whole country with our decision, so to speak.
Well, I think each council would make a case-by-case decision on it because it is so specific to individuals, and individual councils, and you have the delegated authority. Each council has a delegated authority to make those decisions, basically.
So I'm just interested, generally when a council makes a leave of absence decision, that's on a case-by-case as to whether they're paid or unpaid. Is that your experience?
Yes, it generally is. And it's usually, it comes to the council for an extended, period of time. Yes, and generally it's a decision whether you pay or not pay is up to the council based on those unique set of circumstances.
Thank you. We've got any other questions for Coral? Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm aware there's sort of a need for some confidentiality around, the family and personal situation, but for our guidance, has there been any change in what was reported publicly in terms of the situation of the councillor at the moment?
I'd like to comment on that.
I guess it's a hard one. I would say I've visited Councillor Sidney. It's a private matter, but nothing significantly has changed since last reported.
Just to thank you through the chair. Do you have any sort of oversight in terms of some of those decisions that have been made historically around various leaves of absence?
I'm not sure about the TCC one. I know that Mayor Tembi Powell was going to apply for a leave of absence without pay for a couple of months because of illness, and however that sort of didn't come to pass because he resigned at that meeting. And I know there was an earlier one with a councillor that was unwell, but I'm sorry, I don't know the particular circumstances when they had time off for their illness.
If there's no further questions, we might just move on to a little bit of general discussion before we put a motion on the table. Look, this is a very hard one for me. I guess my personal feeling is that we should be supporting Macquarie Sydney, in a very tough situation, and obviously goes back to our sort of team of 10 approach, and that is sort of, I guess, tempered by that this is ratepayer money ultimately. And we are not employees, we are independent contractors, which is a different situation to a lot of situations, but it's again probably comes down to a little bit of that fairness as to how how people would be treated in a very similar situation in the workforce. In saying that I think that would be a very much employer by employer basis as to how people would deal with that situation, and this is an interesting situation in the fact that he has been elected, and through no fault of his own has not been able to take up that position. But and I guess from that respect, the money that potentially we could be paying him is not going to anyone. It would be being spent if we were to trigger a by-election, and obviously a by-election would be a lot more expensive overall than giving Macquarie the opportunity to return to council. So as I say, I'm a little bit torn, but that's sort of my general sort of direction. Be interested to hear if there's any sort of other general sort of comments before we look to go one of two ways of the motion. So. Brother?
I agree with the Mayor. It's an awkward situation because your heart always goes out to someone. I mean, I haven't actually even met Macquarie, but I think we'd all want to have him as part of the team, and obviously hoping for the very best. I think I've had to try to step back and look at this from a more sort of dispassionate kind of view. And I just think, well, if it happened to one of us, you know, how would I look at it? And I kind of go, well, you know, if we were employees, firstly, then we probably wouldn't get any sick leave or compensation, because you don't get that until you've been in a job for 6 months, as I understand it. We're not, as the Mayor said, in that position. So we are independent contractors, and we sort of did know that we weren't entitled to whatever it is, the different benefits of being an employee, such as KiwiSaver subsidies and sick leave and annual leave and all that. So, you know, I have to sort of step back and look at it from that point of view, and from a ratepayer perspective of where we're at risk of, I guess, committing to something which not only hasn't been done elsewhere, but in terms of a council, but is different to what other independent contractors and even employees get around New Zealand and under New Zealand law. And I suppose I have a personal view in terms of people who are, for instance, on a sickness benefit, and I know there are many in our community who struggle, and I know people over the years have had a torrid time on sickness benefits. So I don't personally think the payment of, well, I don't even know what it's called now. It's something or other benefit anyway for people who are sick, and I know they really struggle in a lot of cases. So I'm not saying that is a great option, but that is what the government of New Zealand deems to be the appropriate thing for people who aren't entitled to ACC or aren't entitled to sick leave. And I guess I just have to look at it that although I might wish to change that and have a higher payment to people in that situation, that I don't feel it's probably our role to be too proactive in doing that on behalf of ratepayers. So yeah, it's probably where I'm at with it. It's an awkward situation. I just hope for all the best for Makari, and can't see myself being able to support sort of a full payment.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora tātou. I think we can all acknowledge just the extreme rarity of what's happened to Makaere and the situation. You know, as it's been alluded to, this is the first of its kind. Never has an elected member to be gone down sick in such an extreme situation before, let alone an elected member who won quite overwhelmingly in his seat. And honestly, if it means anything to anyone, a lot of the people within the Māori ward that I've spoken to, or that have spoken to me about this situation, are fully supportive of the initial decision we thought we made, or at least what I think we thought we made back August 15th, I've got here. And I don't know, I mean, I was under the impression, and as was the media, by all the bits and bobs that came out during that time, that we had not only supported his leave of absence, but also being remunerated the same as us, sharing the sentiments that you had, Mia Mahe, on, being a team of 10 and things like that. Also under the impression that there's no relief to ratepayers if we don't pay him, because that money's got to be allocated, unless that we've been given new information on that matter. No? So that...
Well, no, we have. So we can, under a leave of absence, you can leave an amount unallocated.
And then once that elected member comes back into play, should they come back into play, they just get all that money back, or do they just start getting paid from the point that they were effectively working? That's
another decision. Yeah, so sorry, that was unspent rather than unallocated. Yeah.
So what would okay.
Because it's 100% allocated right now.
Yeah.
And it's allocated to Makaere. And so that period where he's not paid, that effectively builds up into a pool, and then we can make a decision. We could make a decision if he came back to allocate it or spend it back with him, or we could distribute it between the rest of the councils, or we could leave it as unallocated.
For how long?
Unspent.
For just our term.
Yeah, so it would just go back, that's basically goes back to ratepayer,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
funds. So.
I think regardless, we probably need to make a decision now, because if we come back to it, that'll be the third iteration of this conversation, which to me probably doesn't seem like effective governance when we've got enough information, more information now to make some more informed decisions. And even to that fact, my position on the matter doesn't change. We are a team of 10. We stand by one another. If it was any one of you, my position would not have changed. And to me, it probably sends a message of unity to our community, and that we don't double back or reverse decisions of this nature because we can. Well, it's not just because we can. We've been given new information, but yeah, I just think my position on the matter hasn't changed, and we are a team of 10. You know, the vast majority of the community that voted him in support that resolution, and again, we're going till December before we review, so we're not extending this indefinitely. There is a time frame to reconsider. I'll probably just be waffling at this point, so I'll just stop talking.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
I concur with Councillor Baker's recollection of the meeting as well. I thought it was done. I also consider what the voters that in Te Awanui, they voted for Makaere, and I think, what would they think? What would their decision if they were sitting in the seat? What would they decide? So I'm quite supportive that we do actually follow through and pay him as a member of the 10 to 10. That would be my take on it.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Mayor. Now, due to the change of information, the report from the lawyers, the standard, what I understand of the Remuneration Authority around leave of absence, the fact that we're all democratically elected to represent a group of people, and as unfortunate as it is that Councillor Sidney is not here due to illness, and I wish him the most speediest of recovery, we still don't have a time frame for a recovery. We still there's a group of people in the Tauranga area that are not represented at this table, and irrespective of what they think, those people should be represented at this table. So at this stage, I'm going to have to change my mind, and I do support C, that he's not paid during his leave of absence.
Anyone else wish to talk? Councillor Kurak.
Given there's no more discussion, so it's with a bit of a heavy heart, I move A, C and D.
We got a seconder? Oh, sorry.
Oh, waiting for a seconder.
Yeah, we'll move it, and you can talk to the motion. So, yeah, sorry, Councillor Kurak has moved it. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Roseboom.
Yep.
Yeah, so now we have a motion. I'll ask Councillor Kurak to talk to that.
So when you look at it objectively, the resolution C is the most appropriate. We are talking about ratepayer money, and there's a lot of people in hardship out there struggling to pay their rates. We're not an organisation that provides welfare. We're not a charity. This is a situation where there is a member that cannot act as a councillor, therefore cannot do the job. And therefore, you know, in the real world, I don't think this would be a debate. But so that's where, you know, I try and put my head before my heart, and therefore move that resolution that we progress.
Okay, Councillor Roseboom, would you like to talk to the motion, or?
I just reaffirm what I've said, that I wish Makaere the speediest of recovery, and all we're doing is saying whether or not he's going to get paid during his leave of absence or not. The sooner he's back around this table, the better, and he can receive his salary from the point he joins us.
Okay, Councillor Schuller,
Sorry for the confusion earlier. I thought I was going to speak before the motion, but from my point of view, I just would like to, I'm on the other side of the fence in terms of Councillor Baker and Councillor Taylor. Certainly, from the approach that we had and when we all talked about this, we all agreed at the same time to, when you set all the committees, we all agreed to take on that workload, and none of that workload from us was expected to be taken on for us to have any extra remuneration. It was something that we were prepared to do as a group, consolidated and together in our sort of vision and drive to do the right thing and do the work at the start, knowing it would take us through obviously to December. A lot of things will happen. We're not far away from that. And then the longer position of, his health is a big part of this, but there will be other decisions made because obviously there's been points made about the Te Awanui ward itself, and it's quite unique and it's new, and we need to think about how we represent and how they are represented around this table. And while we've been happy to step up and fill those gaps, which we all agreed to do, there will come a time, I'm sure, when that needs to be addressed and the Māori ward needs to be represented fully. So all I can say is, my position is as discussed by Councillors Baker and Taylor, that I wouldn't support C.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move a procedural motion, but before I do that, I'll speak because you're unable to speak to a procedural motion to explain why. So I'll talk to the motion now. I think we're in a position here where we're making a policy in the absence of a policy-making process, which is difficult. So when I look around the country, most situations are where a member is granted leave of absence and that is not remunerated. However, there are exceptions. And the exception I can think of through my research is the Mayor of Invercargill, who was on a paid leave of absence due to health reasons, and that was granted by the council. So whilst it's not the norm, it's certainly not unheard of. However, we don't have a policy or a framework in order to guide that decision. So I would be more in favour of us leaving this to lie on the table until we have considered a policy on leave of absence. I note that in Resolution D, that is supposed to be February 2025, but I see no reason why that could not be brought forward earlier. But I think that it's important that we don't make decisions like this, which are setting precedent, if not for the nation, actually for us. I think we need to do that within a policy framework. Now, in terms of politics, it's messy, but in terms of policy, it's the right way to go about things. So therefore, I move that this motion lie on the table until the policy on leave of absence for elected members is considered by this council.
Have I got a seconder for that motion, procedural motion? Councillor Crowther. Therefore, we have a procedural motion. We don't speak to procedural motion, so I'll put it straight to the vote. And that is that this current situation lies on the table until we have a policy to decide this. I ask that all those in favour, all those against. Okay, division. Yeah, so division. Can we have the ayes?
Ayes.
And against. Baker, are you?
Sorry, I'm
This is the procedure. So we
overrides.
Well, we can leave this lying on the table to decide at a later date. That's what we're deciding now. Yeah. So we're going to decide it today. So yeah, against is. And Hautapu, which are you?
Continue speaking.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you for that, and thanks for putting that motion. In the absence of a policy, I think I have to revert to status quo, and that is that there's no remuneration, I'm afraid. We may look at that in the future in terms of policy. I was hoping that we would be able to do that the joined up way. But in the absence of that policy, I'm afraid that status quo prevails for me.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Crowther. Yep.
Yeah, I won't add much because I've spoken in the discussion, but I would say from my point of view, just to be clear, I had thought at the previous meeting that we had voted for the leave of absence, but I always thought we hadn't voted to pay Makaere. So I know there's a different understanding from different people on the council. So I think that's probably helpful to convey to anyone who's watching that it wasn't clear to everyone what we had voted for. I think it's very helpful to have got the legal position and the extra work that Coral and others have done to clarify it. So, you know, without speaking again to the specifics, I think to me it sort of highlights the framework for that decision a lot better than at that first meeting, which I think was very problematic and has led to a number of people in the community being misinformed about things. And I'm just hopeful that no expectations were raised unduly or you know, or vice versa. I think it's important we make decisions ideally according to policy, but as we've decided, we can push ahead with this and that's fine. But I do think it needs to be a well-informed decision.
Yeah, so I guess it's been good to hear the discussion around the table, and Councillor Kurak will have an opportunity to finish up at the end. I guess, yeah, I'm still very torn because I really want to support Makaere, but I also understand the difficulties, I guess, around you know, the optics and you know what our community think of this, and I have had some feedback. Yeah, very much very much on the fence. I think probably I think in the absence of having a by-election and you know, having Makaere, giving Makaere the you know, most ability to come back, I'm probably leaning to leaving that money sort of on the table, I guess. But you know, I would support supporting him if there's a moment that he would come back. So and I understand that money can sit unspent, and that is a discussion for a later date. And I guess that's sort of tossing up that by-election and the cost of that. That you know, that would still be significantly cheaper to support him in coming back than it would be to run a by-election. So that's probably where I'm sort of leaning. Yeah, probably in hindsight, listening to Steve, yeah, we need to come up with a policy as to, you know, how we deal with that, and I understand that is in the work, because you know, I think we need some sort of guidance, I guess, and fairness around how we deal with these situations. And, I think it's a leave of absences for various reasons. If he was off holidaying on the Gold Coast, I wouldn't be supportive at all in paying him. If he wasn't partaking in the council, but obviously being sick is another situation. And obviously we're being asked to make decisions that no one else has. So rather than ramble on, I'll pass back to Councillor Kurak if he wants to finish up, and then we can put it to a vote.
Yeah, I think it's helpful not to kick the can further down the road. I mean, we need to be decisive, and for the sake of the family and the expectations that might have, been the result of the previous meeting. So we do need to move forward. I think the development of a policy could be helpful, but we would take each one on a case-by-case basis, because there might be unique circumstances, unlikely to be as unique as this circumstance, but and would be also helpful to get the guidance from the Remuneration Authority in terms of leaves of absence and payment or not. Look forward to that. But I certainly do wish Makaire a quick recovery or a full recovery, and hopefully see him in the chamber here.
So I now put the motion that the council receives the report leave of absence, approves that Councillor Makaire Sydney will not be remunerated during his leave of absence granted by the council at the meeting of 15th of August 2024, notes that a policy on leave of absence for elected members will be considered in February 2025 as part of the review of the elected members' expenses and resources policy and standing orders. I now ask those in favour, please say.
Excuse me,
Oh, sorry.
would we to be able to do this in part? A and C and D? Or too late?
Yeah, we could do that in part.
Thank you.
So therefore I put A to the vote. Those in favour, those against? Okay, that motion is carried. In B, those in favour. Sorry. Sorry, B, so approves Councillor Makaire Sydney will not be remunerated during his leave of absence granted by the council at the meeting of 15th of August 2024. Those in favour?
We need a show of hands.
Those against? No.
We need a show of hands.
Sorry.
Both ways?
Yeah, so
Both ways.
four.
So 4, show of hands. So I've got Crowther, I've got Kurak, I've got Morris and Roseburn. 4.
Against?
There's the Mayor.
So we're
Tapu Baker, Shula and Taylor. That's 4 also. This
4 all.
casting vote goes to the chairperson.
Okay, I'm as my casting vote, I'm actually going to go for the motion ahead of us. So that is carried. And C notes that a policy on leave of absence for elected members will be considered in February 2025 as part of a review of the elected members' expenses and resources policy and standing orders. Those against? That's carried. So I was against, and then my casting vote was for. Oh yeah. But then you.
So you need to put the Mayor against. got it repeated.
Yeah.
Just put the mayor against. And then a cast and vote. Cast and vote by the mayor in favour.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to 11, background information on 90 Devonport Road. Mike Norday, Director of Civic Developments, and Marty Greenfell, Chief Executive, will be speaking to the report.
Thank you, Worship. I'll speak to, and I can see that Mike Norday and David Lambie are in the rear of the chambers if, in the event they're needed, to answer any questions. But what we have in front of us here is a chronological report which describes the pathway of decision-making dating back 5 years. 6th September 2019, I think, is the first report that was considered by council of the day, and that relates to the sale of the land at 90 Devonport Road and subsequent decisions that have been made by successive councils and the commission in relation to the development of the civic administration building on that site. There are 12 reports referred to in relation to the into the chronology, 10 of which have remained in public excluded. In the public excluded attachments, there are the resolutions of each of those reports. Perhaps if I could talk to the 3 attachments that are in public excluded at this stage. One of them, I believe, can be put into the public arena straight away. And that's in relation to the financial information. So that's attachment 4. Attachment 2, which relates to previous resolutions, and attachment 5, which relates to the agreement to lease. There's still a wee bit of work to be done just to work with our commercial partners to satisfy them that if redactions need to be made, we'll have to discuss and agree with them on that. It'll be our intention to try and have those 2 reports put into the public arena as soon as possible. Happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just in relation to paragraph 44. Not sure whether this is best addressed in public excluded or not, but what was the relationship between the interested party and Willis Bond, and the party withdrawing their proposal following the September meeting of council and then nominating Willis Bond as their nominee on the sale and purchase agreement?
So it was a local property management group that approached council with an offer. And as part of that process, I believe that they were looking for development opportunities, and Willis Bond was one of those parties that they approached. Got to a point where they realised that they weren't going to be involved or didn't need to be involved, and at that point essentially novated the opportunity for Willis Bond to work directly with us.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just trying to get up to speed. Councillor Courak.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I'm referring to the rider level Bucknell letter that was tabled earlier. Firstly, has the news media been given a copy of that? Yep.
Yes, and I think you'll find that that relates to another project, but happy to answer any questions on that if I'm required to.
Oh, yeah, it does. I saw it on the my desk. And so the question is, in relation to that, but somewhere I've just written myself a note. So I can't see exactly where it is, but it refers to some commercial sensitivity around some of the information. But given that the contract has been fully let, that's been taken into consideration to retain or not certain information that's kept in confidential, because is that going to earlier in the report the reasons for confidentiality been prejudice to the commercial position, or that's the main one. The commercial sensitivity would be around contract negotiation. How are we looking there?
Yeah, there are two aspects of it. One paper refers to other parties who were involved in a negotiation process, and so I think it would be important that we consider and redact those unsuccessful parties. The other aspect is that as part of the negotiation with the successful party around the agreement and terms to lease, we've had feedback as recent as today that they believe that that would be detrimental to the way that they do business, the terms and conditions. And that's a conversation that we'd like to have further with them, with a view of actually making most of it, if not all of it, if possible, public. So we'd like to think that that could happen within a week.
Thank you, Chief Executive. That sounds good.
As flagged, are we able to put that attachment 4 into the public immediately?
Yes, I believe so. I'm comfortable with that. That's the financial one?
Yeah, can we do that?
Yes, I think we can do that now, and we can have a conversation around it if you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's attachment 4. So a separate attachment. Yeah, sorry, financial information. Have we got any questions while we're working on that? Yeah, I think it's publicly excluded. Yeah, it's one of the publicly excluded attachments. And its table of contents has 11.11 background information. It's about the third or fourth one along. There's 2 publicly excluded towards the end. Yeah. Yeah, if you go down.
Yeah, it's definitely 4.
So have we got any more questions for staff? Yes, sorry, we'll just pause while we have a read of that. Councillor Crowther.
Back on the other document, through the chair, Marty, can you clarify the increase from 16.2 million in the long-term plan on page 16 of item 1111, the increase from 16.2 million to 33.4, which was caused by an increase in floor space and high inflation, other changes to the layout, and then some more inflation. You know, is the floor space was the big jump from 16 to 26 mil. is that a reflection of the increased staff of the council over that timeframe from 2021, 2022, 3 that meant we had to provide to fit everyone in that building? And can you sort of give us some assurance that all the staff that are not based outside of offices will be within this building and not having to be housed in other accommodation?
So the answer to your first question is yes, that's partially the reason why we increased floor space. We also, at that stage, anticipated Three Waters arguably not actually operating out of the building, and thirdly, it was so that we could secure the ground floor as well, and exercise a degree of influence and or control over what actually happened on the ground floor of the building. Did you ask whether I could guarantee?
I guess it doesn't have to be a cast iron money back guarantee, but I would like to have some degree of certainty that there's not, that in your mind, there's not a sort of hesitation going, oh dear, we haven't quite got enough space to fit everyone in.
No, well, I think you find that we've got workspace for 60% of the, it's a 60% workspace ratio. At the moment, we're operating on a 46% workspace ratio. So we're catering for somewhere in the order of 700, 750 of the staff to be on site with workstations at any one time. In saying that, there are a couple of other locations that staff, certainly in the short term, will be operating out of, one being the Te Manawataki or Te Papa project office until completion of that project. And secondly, we couldn't accommodate the large scale heavy printers in the building, and they'll be operated off-site as well. So it's 2 staff operating heavy printing services off-site.
Councillor Curran.
So, excuse me. So next year, once fully relocated from the buildings that TCC are currently accommodated in and leased, what will be the total additional operating cost once we are fully housed at 90 Devonport Road, taken into account some of these other little bits and pieces that you just mentioned around the printing, etc.? How much additional to where we were perhaps a couple of years ago in terms of, or I'm not sure, because there has been some spending allocated to the Devonport Road building over the last couple of financial years, but looking at the status quo in terms of accommodation costs, etc., to the new building, once fully accommodated and fitted out and furnished, and
I think we've actually got the OPEX costs for the new building in attachment 4 there.
After the additional costs from
what would be, that was a part of my question, I guess. One of my questions I had is, could we have that similar breakdown for what we're currently in?
Through the chair, Coral, I emailed that this morning, that document. Yeah.
You able to speak to it, Paul?
I can speak to it. So in terms, I've got the total operating costs, including the rental expenses of the current buildings. So 306 Cameron is 2.8 million, Spring Street 540, it's a total of 3.5 million.
That's both OPEX and
rental.
Lease.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, what is the additional cost of Devonport Road?
Well, according to this, so 25 is 8.6 million. I'm assuming that's a like for like.
Is that the right?
That's correct. So yeah, just looking, that includes the lease. That's 8.6, 3 versus 3.5, 5.1.
additional cost is 5.1. That's only the lease though.
No, that's the total.
That's
Total
all
total
all the
cost.
costs.
That's a cost per year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just for clarity, I'm just reading that schedule. It does have depreciation of the FF&E as well in that 8.6. So which would be minimal, if nothing, in the existing.
Plus, I think you'll find there's a legacy there of a period of time where we in transition. So there's some additional lease costs there over and above that for 90 Devonport Road, whilst we tidy up and vacate the existing buildings.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, we'd like as well as this. Yeah. Yeah.
So we just.
And I guess just from this this attachment 4, what was missing was around the delayed settlement and what effect that has. From memory, the when you take the, I guess the time value of money or the net present value of when that was signed, it's becomes about 7.8 million net. Is that right? It's 8.5, but then we've got to take the delayed settlement into account. 3 years at the, I think it was a 12% discount rate I saw used, which is that the correct?
Sorry, I'm just looking at David, but I think we need to confirm that. Right.
It was in one of we have seen that number somewhere. May have been in, yeah.
You're right, there will be a cost.
I think it was.
We can clarify what that cost on an annualised basis would be. You should calculate beats us to it.
Doesn't work. Yeah, okay, that'd be great if we could clarify that. And the lease terms, I'm keen to have the per square metre rate listed along with the you've got the obviously the floor area and the lease cost per year, but just to compare to what we're paying else, you've got the per square metre rate for the current, but not for the new building. That'd be good information to have.
A question in the meantime?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. Correct.
So in a meeting last week, Marv, you recall, I brought up the issue of the cafe. You said, wait until this item. So my issue is during our walkthrough of the new building, the Deputy Mayor said it was unfortunate that, well, to the effect of that TCC has got a public cafe in the building, competing against existing cafes who are probably finding business tough. So, just a bit of outline around the decision-making around that, and were the other cafes consulted beforehand, or is it actually occurring, or just some detail around it?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So the building has been designed and was designed so that the ground floor would be activated. The last thing we wanted to do was create a new building that essentially shut off the street front of the building to the public. And so it was designed by the owners of the building to have a cafe and or a food and beverage facility in there. And so when we were considering the agreement to lease conditions, it was at that point that we wanted to exercise a degree of influence over who those operators were, the type of offering that they had. And so it was at that point that we took over the lease of the ground floor with the view that we would, if you like, on the owner's behalf, find an operator that would be suitable for the needs of council and activate the space for the benefit of Devonport Road. So we went through a public process, seeking expressions of interest for operators and anybody and everybody, locally and wider, had the opportunity to put a bid in to operate that. That process didn't bear fruit, and so following that, we actually went and targeted 2 operators that we thought would be suitable for the offering and commenced a competitive process with those 2. So there is one other cafe in Devonport Road that we're aware of. They would have been aware that this was a public process, that they had the opportunity to commercially bid for it. I think what you'll find is that the offering within this building is different, completely different to that which they currently offer. And so we're satisfied and confident that no one will be disadvantaged through this process.
And it's quite surprising, and it probably indicates the level of depression that the city centre's in, not to get a bid on that offering initially.
We got any other questions for staff? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, on page 9 of item 1111, and what is it, paragraph 40, it talks about 2 market valuations completed by registered valuers in July 2019, 8.8 million and 11.9 million. I guess 2 questions is, one, am I understanding correctly that there were 2 valuers with completely different values with that bigger difference for the same property? And secondly, was there an updated valuation after that? Have I missed that in this document, or maybe not included in the document?
No, I don't believe there was an updated valuation, and I can't explain the difference between those 2 valuations, but I think it was an indication of the economy and the market at the time. And we had a town centre that was pretty depressed at that stage. So, but if you want further detail, I mean, David's available, but it's not uncommon for there to be a range of somewhere in the order of 10 or 15% by 2 valuations.
Just supplementary through the chair. What was the date, like, given those valuations were in July 2019, the sale went through in, well, after the 6th September meeting, you were given authority, Marty, so I can't quite find where the sale and purchase went, but was that late 2019? Is that what we're talking about for the property purchase?
1/21, was it?
Yeah. The agreement was struck obviously well before settlement. Actually,
before settlement.
Yeah.
So the initial agreement
the agreement was struck several years before the actual sale went unconditional. And prior to it going unconditional, there was a renegotiation of that number, and the details of that essentially are outlined in attachment 5, which we hope to make as public as possible.
But in 4, which is now public, am I correct? So in there, it talks about the original sale price, which is what we're talking about when you did the initial agreement, that's now public, that was 10.75 million. I think that was quite widely known by people anyway from websites and things. And it says on this public attachment, that it was reduced to 8.5 million by the council. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the date of the valuation. So if you take the higher valuation, we're talking potentially 11 point something million. A few months later, a sale price of 10.75, then it was reduced to 8.5. Are we saying a couple of years later? Thereabouts?
Correct. Yeah.
In that time, we had COVID hit, we had the start of the, I've forgotten the technical term, but money printing, huge increases in property prices happening. I guess I'm still struggling to understand, especially as the Mayor pointed out, the net present value of that 8.5 dropping to 7.8, did you say, Mahi? Or thereabouts, give or take. We're talking about a series of decisions which effectively meant that price went downwards at the same time as the organisation was under immense financial pressure from the, as we saw in another part of this attachment, the costs doubling in terms of just the capex alone. Given that we're leasing it, there's the whole issue of the lease price, but putting aside the lease price, just the capex went up 3-4 times more than the reduction in sale price. But we seem to be sort of going in both directions at the same time, to bend over backwards to give Willis Bond a fantastic deal. And then at the same time, we're getting a terrible deal out of having to pay more than twice what was in the 2021 long-term plan to provide the kind of accommodation we need for our staff. I'm just struggling to understand how I can have a different narrative to that.
So I think the cost escalation that you're referring to is essentially the fit out costs. If you can imagine what was happening during that period with the cost of construction, essentially the cost of construction, arguably, whilst it didn't double, went up markedly as well. And of course, you get to the point where is this development feasible? And we got to a point where arguably it wasn't on the numbers and the costs for the developer. And at that point, they came back to the table and said, in order to for this development to stack up financially, because of the cost escalations and the uncertainty in the market, there needed to be a further negotiation. Now, I guess what isn't in attachment 5, but is in the report, the confidential report, which should be loaded into Stella, all 12 reports will be loaded into Stella, is the fact that a feature like the internal staircase was a conscious decision that increased the costs, which was also one of the negotiation points. And it was a decision at the time by the Commission that the internal staircase was a necessary addition over and above. And so there were about 7 different factors that were on the table. And whilst it might appear that they all went in the favour of the developer, actually they didn't. And there were other things that we required to happen as well. So essentially, I think you'll find that the development wouldn't have proceeded because of the construction cost escalation unless we'd got back to the table.
So Paul, I just got a question on the OPEX costs. Does that include the car parking part of it? This is in attachment 4, sorry, in the OPEX of a new building. Councillor Crowther.
Just supplemental to my previous question. Do you, Marty, or staff have an understanding of what the capital value assessment of the property was in 2021 revaluation? Because unless I'm missing something, because of the agglomeration of the site, the value isn't showing there as it is on a lot of properties. So, but at the moment we're talking an $18 million land value on that side based on the City Council database. And again, my understanding is that comes after a drop from the peak of the market. And I'm told by valuers, the peak, and real estate agents especially, the peak of the market happened between that 2021 revaluation 2023. So I'm still trying to understand why the significant drop in sale price, irrespective of everything else, when we knew that the capital value of the asset that the Willis Bond owned, which is the land, that it was increasing significantly, and that's been shown just in a council valuation, let alone, you know, what could ultimately happen with further capital gain.
Yeah, I don't know what the capital valuation was in 2019, but obviously that was at a point in time when the property market was, I'd suggest, slow, and what we saw through COVID is everything moved in a way that no one expected. And so again, a lot of our capital valuations and land values across the city increased significantly over that 5-year period. And we're talking about a deal that was struck in 2019 and settled some 2.5 years later. So
supplemental, I thought we'd established that the reduction from 10.75 to 8.5 or 7.8 happened later. Are we saying it happened in 2019, that decision?
No. That was the renegotiation, I think, was it 2021, the end of 21?
Yeah. So I guess, to be very clear, my point is that I guess, and maybe there is no explanation, but I'm trying to ascertain, you know, let's assume the 10.75 was an agreed midpoint somewhere between the two valuations, and I sort of have tracked the market a little bit at that time, and I think it's probably fair that it did go up a bit because property prices were increasing. But the point is taken, yes, we probably didn't expect the big increase, but still the question is hanging there as to why we forewent, if that's the right word, $3 million worth of sale price at a time when the property was increasing by significantly more than $3 million.
Yeah, I don't know that it was 3 million, 2 point something. So,
well, at face value 2.25, but as the mayor said, you know, give or take, you know, let's say 2.9 to 3, you know.
So again, there are about 7 factors that the Commission considered and levers to pull to essentially get this deal across the line. I think the decision had already been made that the Civic Administration building wasn't going on the Willow Street site. And already I think we were 2 years into designed architectural, significant costs had already been sunk and spent. And at that point, that was just one of the factors that was used to try and make this development feasible. So I guess the flip side of it is that when we move into the building in May next year, we'll be paying a per square metre rate that in today's market and today's construction costs, we could be paying somewhere in excess of $100 more per square metre if we were to move into a new building today. As it is, we're paying, you know, a square metre rate that at today's market in a new building like this would be considered, I guess, I'm not going to say a bargain, but it would be a good square metre rate on today's market.
I think we'll move a discussion along. Obviously, I think the main thing about this is to get this information out into the public. I think, we can let our people have a look and decide whether it's a good deal. I will reserve my comments on it. I guess for the standard of the building and the price we're paying, it probably is around market now, but I struggle to figure out how we got there 3 years ago. But as I say, we'll leave that commentary to our people to decide. I think if we were making the decision, it would potentially be a different one. But it is what it is. We'll have to accept the decision that was made and move on. Obviously, there is a lot of attachments that we want to get out in the open, so that will flow through, that is part of the recommendations. So I will move the motion as recommended. Is there anyone that will second that? Councillor Crowther. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Crowther, would you like to?
Yeah, I guess I'll just echo the comments you made before, Mayor, that I don't quite understand how we got here. I don't think it looks a great deal because from a retrospective point of view, obviously we didn't have a hand in it, but I still look at it through ratepayer eyes and think, why are we focused so heavily on incentivizing a company to get such a good deal on the property in order to supposedly give us a great deal on the lease? And yet, to my eyes, and talking to real estate agents, we're getting an okay deal for the quality of the building, but we've, in my view, been painted into a very expensive deal because we've been given a style of building and a style of a level of quality that I think if you ask the people of Tauranga with our current financial position, they would prefer we had a slightly lesser quality. I'm not talking about unacceptable conditions for staff. I'm talking about something that was a bit of a cross between where we are now and a top line office block of the quality that lawyers and other organisations around town have. I think we're paying too much and we're getting something that we don't need. When my neighbouring councillor just showed me the impact on ratepayers, and it is quite a lot of money. So I'm concerned about this.
We got anyone else that would like to talk to the motion? In that case, I would like to put the motion that the council receives the report background information 90 Devonport Road, directs staff to review previous publicly excluded council reports and attachments regarding the sale and development of 90 Devonport Road, and to transfer those reports and attachments into public unless there is a valid reason not to under the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987. Notes that redactions may be made if required and in compliance with the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 to previous public excluded council reports and attachments regarding the sale and development 90 Devonport Road to facilitate the transfer of these documents into the public. To add to that, attachment 2 can be transferred into the open when the contents are no longer commercially sensitive and or commercially sensitive information has been redacted. Attachment 4, as we have put out into the open already, can be transferred into the open immediately, and attachment 5 can be transferred into the open when the contents are no longer commercially sensitive and or commercially sensitive information has been redacted. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That motion is carried. Discussion of late items. I believe we've got no late items. So now we need to move into publicly excluded. I call for a mover and a second to go into publicly excluded. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. I ask all those in favour, aye. Those against? That is carried. We're now in publicly excluded. Thank you to the public for attending. If you could please leave the room now.